What if the very stories that shaped a civilization were woven from the threads of ambition, fear, and deception? In the shadows of the Grand Colosseum, where the roar of the crowd melded with the clash of swords, the Roman Empire stood not only on the might of its legions but on a foundation of powerful myths, tales that ignited the spirit of conquest and lulled the masses into a fervent loyalty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the marble temples and bustling markets, whispers of gods and legends filled the air, thick with anticipation. A lone soldier, weary from battle, paused at the edge of the forum, where marble statues loomed like watchful guardians. The weight of his sword felt lighter than the burden of belief. The stories of Romulus and Remus, twins nurtured by a she-wolf, surged through his thoughts like the Tiber's relentless current. Were they mere fables, or was there a divine hand guiding the rise of Rome? The flickering torches revealed a truth darker than the night, myths crafted to inspire courage, but also manipulation that masked the empire's brutal conquests and the price of glory. In the distance, a figure cloaked in a dark cape watched with piercing eyes, his intentions obscured like a fog over the city. Senators whispered conspiracies, plotting power plays under the very roof that had seen Caesar's ascent and fall. Each day brought news from distant lands, barbarians at the gates, the murmur of rebellion brewing like a storm on the horizon. And yet, amid the encroaching chaos, the empire thrived, fed by stories that wrapped their citizens in a cloak of invincibility. But what if the myths were more than just stories? What if they were threads binding the social fabric of a civilization on the brink of collapse? As the Roman legions marched forth, each soldier carried not just weapons, but the echoes of tales that propelled them into battle, igniting a fire that fueled their fearlessness. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was the simmering tension of a society caught between glory and moral decay, where the legends of valiant heroes masked the vices of corruption and tyranny that threatened to unmake it all. The empire stood at a precipice, a colossus teetering on the edge of greatness and ruin. Each heartbeat became a countdown as a whispered prophecy hung in the air, foretelling the fall or rise of the greatest power the world had ever known. Would the myths sustain their strength, or would the truth behind the grandeur bring them crashing down? The stage was set, and history awaited its players, ready to breathe life into the legends that had forged the empire's identity, just as it prepared to tear them apart. As the night deepened, a tension crackled, the weight of impending conflict thickening the air. The myths that had made the Roman Empire unstoppable were not merely stories. They were the very essence of its soul, entwined with the fate of all who lived and died beneath its vast, unforgiving sky. A storm raged across the darkened sea, waves crashing violently, each surge a reminder of the chaos that awaited Aeneas. His ship, a fragile vessel against the fury of the ocean, was a testament to human will, carrying with it not just men but the weight of destiny. Amidst the chaos, Aeneas stood resolute, the fierce winds tugging at his cloak, his heart pounding with the urgency of his mission. The gods had shaped his path with both gifts and challenges, and now, as lightning illuminated the churning waters, he felt the pulse of fate in every drop of rain that fell upon him. He was not just any man. He was the son of Anchises, a mortal of Troy, and Venus, the goddess of love. With this divine lineage came expectations, burdens that pressed on his shoulders like a heavy mantle. The ruins of his beloved city lay behind him, a smoldering grave of memories and lives lost. His wife, his friends, and his people, all trapped in the ashes of a fallen Troy. Yet, as he sailed onward, he was driven by a fierce loyalty, a purpose that transcended his own grief. Aeneas was destined to find a new land, a promised land that would one day become the mighty Rome. The wind howled, and the storm grew fiercer. He recalled the words of the oracle, foretelling a new home across the seas, a place where his people would flourish and rise from the ashes of their destruction. But the path was fraught with trials. His heart clenched as he remembered the faces of those left behind, the anguished cries of the Trojans, now just a whisper in the wind. Would he be able to lead them to safety, or would he fail them as he had failed to save their city? As the storm continued to rage, Aeneas felt a presence beside him, a figure of radiant light amidst the darkness. It was the goddess, his mother, Venus, illuminating the shadows that threatened to engulf him. "My son," she spoke, her voice a melody that calmed the tempest within him. "Your journey is laden with peril, but remember, the gods shall guide you. You carry the fate of not just your people but of a great lineage that will rise from your blood. Whatever you face it with courage." With renewed determination, Aeneas steered the ship through the crashing waves, fueled by the knowledge that he was not alone. The storm began to subside, and as dawn broke, a faint glimmer of land appeared on the horizon. It was a promise of hope, a beacon for the lost souls who had followed him across the treacherous sea. But the trials were far from over. Even as he approached the shores of Italy, Aeneas felt the heaviness of omens shadowing him. Foreboding whispers carried on the winds. The moment he set foot on the sandy beaches, the scent of salt and earth filled his lungs, awakening the warrior within. But this new land was not ready to embrace him. From the thick forests emerged fierce tribes, wary of the stranger who dared to tread upon their territory. Tensions flared as Aeneas and his small band faced hostility. Yet, deep within him burned the spirit of a leader, a warrior destined for greatness. He understood that to forge a new beginning, he would need allies, not enemies. Days turned into weeks as Aeneas sought alliances. He faced the wrath of Turnus, a proud warrior who would stop at nothing to protect his land. The clash of swords echoed through the valleys, a thunderous reminder that peace was a fragile dream. Aeneas fought with the strength of his ancestors, his heart pounding not just for himself but for the legacy he yearned to build. With every battle, he lost men who had believed in him, and each loss carved deeper scars into his soul. They were not just warriors. They were fathers, brothers, sons, each one a reminder of what he had already lost. But amid the bloodshed and grief, moments of beauty emerged like fragile flowers breaking through the cracks of hardened earth. The laughter of children, the bond of friendship, the warmth of a shared meal by the fire. It was in these fleeting moments that Aeneas found strength. He saw glimpses of a future that could blossom from the violence, a future where his people could thrive. As the final confrontation with Turnus drew near, the stakes escalated to a fever pitch. Aeneas, standing amidst his warriors, felt the weight of every heart that beat with hope, fear, and longing. He recited the stories of their past, the heroism of Troy, the will to survive. His voice rose above the clamor of swords and shields, wrapping around the men like an unbreakable bond. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for a legacy that would live on through their children, a story that would echo through the ages. The battle that followed was a whirlwind of chaos and valor, a cacophony of clashing metal and cries that pierced the air. Aeneas fought with fury, each strike imbued with the spirit of those who had perished. He could almost hear their voices urging him on, a chorus of the fallen echoing in his heart. And then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, he found himself face to face with Turnus, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. The air crackled with tension as they circled each other, the weight of destiny resting upon them like a shroud. Aeneas raised his sword, but as he looked into Turnus' eyes, he saw a reflection of himself, a man fighting for his home, for his people. The realization struck him with a force that nearly shook him to his core. Was this truly the way to honor the memory of those they had lost? In that fleeting second, the world seemed to hold its breath, the outcome of their clash hanging in the balance. Would Aeneas strike the final blow, sealing his legacy in blood and vengeance? Or would he find a way to forge a new path, one that honored both the fallen and the future? A lone wolf stands at the edge of the moonlit forest, her eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. She has just heard a faint whimper, a sound so delicate that it could easily be lost in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. The echo of desperation cuts through the night, drawing her closer. Nestled in the underbrush, two tiny forms, swaddled in rags, tremble with the chill of the night air. They are not mere children. They are the twins, Romulus and Remus, destined to change the fate of a world. Born to the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia and the god Mars, The twins carry the weight of prophecy on their small shoulders. Their birth is wrapped in myth, woven with strands of divine intervention and human betrayal. Their grandfather, the King Numitor, had been usurped by his jealous brother, Amulius. In a cruel twist of fate, Amulius orders Rhea Silvia's death, but the gods have other plans. Instead, she gives birth to two sons, and the king's fears turn to fury. He cannot allow them to live, so he casts them into the Tiber River, hoping the current will carry them to their doom. But fate has different designs. The river, swollen from the spring rains, roars as it swallows the basket holding the twins. Yet, rather than drowning, the current delivers them safely to the riverbank, where the warmth of survival ignites a flicker of hope. The wolf, drawn by instinct and maternal instinct, approaches the twins cautiously. With gentle nudges, she stirs them from their slumber. The twins respond with cries that pierce the night, a testament to their will to live. The wolf, fierce and nurturing, feeds them with her milk, teaching them the language of survival. As the days turn into weeks, the twins grow stronger, their bond forged in the wild. They play under the sun-drenched sky, learning the ways of the forest. But the shadow of their fate looms over them, as whispers of their destiny fill the air. The people of the nearby village, shepherds and farmers, begin to speak of the miraculous children raised by a beast. The twins become legends in their own right, symbols of hope in a world fraught with turmoil. But the peace of the forest cannot last forever. One fateful day, a pack of men, driven by greed and jealousy, stumbles upon the twins. They had heard tales of the feral boys and cannot believe their eyes. Driven by rage, they capture Romulus and Remus, dragging them back to the village, shattering their innocent world. They are taken before the king, who sees in them a threat and an opportunity. The twins' noble lineage is revealed, sparking a fire in the hearts of the villagers who long for justice and righteousness. Freedom is a powerful thing, and the twins, now aware of their heritage, cannot bear the weight of captivity. With fierce determination, they break free, igniting a rebellion in their wake. The villagers rally to their side, drawn to the promise of a leader who embodies strength and courage. Together, they rise against Amulius, the tyrant who had stolen their lives and dreams. In a breathtaking battle, the air crackles with tension as swords clash, shouts of defiance ring out, and the ground trembles beneath the warriors' feet. In the chaos, Romulus and Remus fight side by side, their bond an unbreakable thread of unity. With each swing of a sword, they unleash the fury of a lifetime spent in the shadows, the dreams of their mother echoing in their hearts. The battle rages on, and in the midst of it all, they find their grandfather, the rightful king, fighting for his throne. With a fierce embrace, they join forces, creating a storm of strength that sweeps through the battlefield. The tide begins to turn. One by one, the soldiers of Amulius fall until finally, the cruel king himself stands before them, a figure of arrogance and terror. But Romulus, the elder twin, knows this moment is not just about revenge. It is about restoring justice and honor. With a heart pounding with purpose, he faces Amulius, their eyes locking in a struggle that transcends mere words. In one swift motion, Romulus strikes, delivering justice for all those who have suffered under the king's reign. The crowd erupts in roars of triumph as Amulius falls. With his last breath, he curses the twins, promising that their bond will lead to their downfall. But in the aftermath of the battle, the townspeople are exuberant, their hearts beating in unison. Romulus is proclaimed the new king, but he knows that power comes with responsibility. The dreams of a city, a great city, begin to take shape in his mind, a city that would stand as a beacon of hope for generations to come. Yet, amid the celebrations, a shadow whispers in the corners of their victory. Remus, the younger twin, feels the weight of their fateful bond growing heavier. As plans for the new city unfold, he finds himself questioning the path they are on, haunted by their brother's ambition. The tension between the twins begins to simmer, like a storm brewing on the horizon, as dreams of the future clash with the fears of their past. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet. The twin founders stand on the banks of the Tiber River, gazing across the water at the land that will soon bear their name. But beneath the shimmering surface, the darkness of their fate lurks, a silent reminder of the prophecy that binds them. Will they fulfill their destiny together, or will the very bond that has united them become the cause of their undoing? The shadows deepen, and the echoes of their story fade into the night, leaving only the sound of the river's relentless flow, a constant reminder that the tale of Romulus and Remus is far from over. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows over the stone walls of ancient Etruria, where the air was thick with the scent of incense and anticipation. A crowd gathered in the central square, their eyes reflecting both reverence and fear as they awaited the arrival of the king. This was not just any king. He was the embodiment of power, a living bridge between the divine and the mortal. As the sound of drums echoed through the dusk, an electric energy coursed through the thrumming hearts of the people, their breath caught in their throats. Kingship among the Etruscans was far more than a title. It was steeped in myth and cloaked in mystery. These rulers were not merely men. They were legends, believed to be chosen by the gods. The stories that surrounded them were woven from threads of divine encounters, strange portents, and extraordinary omens. The populace hung on every word, every tale that painted their king as a figure not just of flesh and blood, but of destiny itself. In the flickering light, a tall figure emerged, draped in rich, flowing robes of deep purple and gold, the colors of royalty. His face was both wise and stern, etched with the lines of countless decisions and burdens. He raised his arms, and the crowd fell into a hushed reverence. With each gesture, the king spoke volumes about the balance of power, a choreography that interwove authority and grace, dominance and empathy. He was the ruler, but also the protector, the judge, and the priest. In that moment, he was everything the people needed him to be. Yet behind the facade of this king lay a world filled with whispers, conspiracies, and hidden desires. The myth spoke of a time when the Etruscans believed that kings were chosen not only by their lineage but also by the stars. The augurs, with their keen insights and rituals, would interpret the will of the gods. It was said that a king's fate was written in the heavens, and those who had the power to read the omens held the keys to the kingdom. The priests, respected and feared, were the conduits of these divine messages, each warning or blessing woven into the very fabric of Etruscan society. Among the myths was the tale of Aruns, a king whose very birth was marked by a comet streaking across the night sky. His reign was said to usher in a golden age, filled with prosperity and peace. The Etruscans believed that such celestial events were not merely coincidences, but affirmations of divine favor. The populace felt an electric thrill whenever the skies shifted, their collective breath held as they anticipated the meaning behind the stars. With each passing year, the stories of Aruns grew more fantastical, creating a tapestry that blurred the lines between history and legend. But not every king was blessed. The tale of King Porsenna was steeped in darkness, filled with the echoes of betrayal and desperation. He sought to unify the city-states and forge a powerful empire, yet he faced relentless opposition. The myths surrounding him morphed into cautionary tales, warning of the hubris that can accompany power. The gods, once favoring him, turned their backs, and the whispers of discontent grew louder. The shadows of his ambitions darkened the hearts of the people, who were torn between ambition and fear. As the king's reign unraveled, the streets buzzed with tales of rebellion and upheaval. The myths morphed into a living narrative, where the line between the divine and the mundane blurred into chaos. The Etruscans believed that the king's misfortunes were a reflection of their own failings. The people, burdened with the weight of their king's decisions, felt the pulse of fate as if it were their own. Would they rise with him or fall alongside him into darkness? In the sacred temples, where incense curled and prayers soared, the Etruscans gathered to seek solace and guidance. The rituals performed were both beautiful and haunting, a dance that bound the community together under the watchful eyes of their gods. The priests, in their flowing robes, led the ceremonies with an intensity that reverberated in the hearts of the faithful. Each chant was a plea for favor, a cry for strength from the divine, as they prayed for their king's stability and their own prosperity. But myths are fickle, often twisting into unexpected shapes, and the Etruscans were no exception. The stories of kingship took on new forms, reflecting the shifting tides of power and belief. As the landscape of Etruria changed, so too did the narratives that defined their rulers. The very essence of kingship became a double-edged sword, wielded with both grace and ruthlessness. The arrival of new influences began to seep into Etruscan life. With the expansion of trade and the mingling of cultures, new ideas about leadership and power took root. The myths that had once defined kingship began to include figures from distant lands, intertwining with local lore. The Etruscans, adaptive and innovative, welcomed these tales, incorporating them into their own rich tapestry of belief. They began to see kings not just as divine figures, but as strategists and warriors in a world that demanded both might and wisdom. Whispers of new gods and heroes echoed through the streets, igniting the imaginations of the young and old alike. The pantheon of Etruscan deities expanded, becoming a collage of strengths and weaknesses, love and vengeance. The very stories that had once bound the community together began to fracture, leading to a growing sense of independence and individualism among the populace. As the torchlight flickered against the stone walls of the agora, the air crackled with tension. The stories and myths were no longer just tales of kingship. They became the fabric of rebellion and ambition. The people began to question the divine right of kings, their hearts beating in rhythm with the winds of change. Would they accept the old ways, or would they forge a new path, one that echoed with the voices of their ancestors and the hopes of their children? In the shadows, the future loomed, both terrifying and exhilarating, waiting to be shaped by those who dared to reach for the stars. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the burgeoning city of Rome, where the air buzzed with the sounds of construction and ambition. It was a time of hope, but also of desperation, as the men of Rome, a rough band of warriors, looked around at their empty streets, at their empty homes, and felt the weight of loneliness. Among them, Romulus stood tall, a figure carved from the very stones they laid, but his heart was heavy. The city was theirs, but it lacked the laughter of women, the joy of families. Romulus, filled with determination, resolved that he would not let the future of Rome be marred by a lack of unity. He gathered his closest companions, a motley crew of fierce warriors, and laid out a plan that would shake the very foundations of their new society. They would seek out the Sabines, a neighboring tribe known for their beauty and strength, and take them as wives. The thought sent shivers of excitement through the men, a rush of power mingling with an undercurrent of unease. Would they be heroes, or would they be seen as tyrants? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Romulus and his warriors marched toward the Sabine territory. The night was thick with tension, the air electric with the anticipation of what was to come. Unbeknownst to them, the women of the Sabine tribe were not mere objects to be won. They were fierce, proud, and woven into the fabric of their own culture in a way that made them resilient. As the men breached the Sabine borders, they could not have imagined the storm of emotion that lay ahead. The festival was in full swing, laughter ringing out and music echoing through the valleys. The Sabine people had gathered to celebrate, their spirits high, oblivious to the approaching danger. Romulus and his men watched from the shadows, their hearts pounding, not just from the thrill of the hunt, but from a strange mix of fear and excitement. They were warriors, but the idea of tearing families apart sent a ripple of doubt through their ranks. Still, the call of conquest was too strong to resist. With a sudden rush, Romulus signaled the attack. The men burst into the festivities, their shouts cutting through the merriment like a knife. Confusion erupted as the Sabine people realized what was happening. Women screamed, and men fought back fiercely, but they were outnumbered and taken by surprise. The chaos of the moment enveloped them, a whirlwind of emotions, from fear to anger, from defiance to despair. Amidst the clamor, a young Sabine woman named Hersilia stood her ground. With fiery eyes, she confronted Romulus, her spirit unyielding as she faced the leader of her enemies. You think you can take us without a fight? We are not mere trophies." Her voice rang out, strong and defiant, echoing through the night. Romulus, taken aback by her bravery, felt a flicker of respect deep within him. Yet the tides of history would not bend for her courage. As the warriors grabbed their prizes, the sobs of mothers and daughters filled the air. The Sabine women were pulled away from their families, their world shattered in an instant. The sight pierced Romulus's heart. He saw not just conquests but broken lives. The women, once vibrant and full of dreams, were reduced to symbols of conquest, their hopes dashed against the rocky shores of ambition. Days turned into weeks, and as the initial shock wore off, the women began to adapt to their new lives in Rome. They were not just silent figures in the background. They carried the weight of their culture within them. Hersilia, a beacon of resilience, began to forge connections with the other women. They shared stories of their pasts, of families left behind, and of dreams that still flickered in the recesses of their hearts. In the quiet moments, as they tended to their new homes, a strange and fragile bond began to form. Some of the Roman men, initially emboldened by the act of conquest, found themselves captivated not just by the beauty of their new wives, but by the strength of their spirit. Conversations blossomed in the evenings, a mix of laughter and tears, as the Sabine women taught their husbands the songs of their people, the traditions that held their culture together. Yet, the tension simmered just beneath the surface. The Sabine men, angered and humiliated by the loss of their women, rallied together. They prepared for war, a storm brewing on the horizon. Romulus, caught between his ambitions and a growing love for Hersilia, felt the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. He had sought to build a legacy, but at what cost? The very foundation of Rome was trembling under the strain of conquest and cultural integration. One fateful day, the Sabine men marched to reclaim what was theirs. They approached the city gates, their hearts burning with fury and a desire for justice. Romulus, sensing the impending clash, made a desperate decision. He called for a parley, seeking dialogue in a moment when swords were drawn and blood was boiling. Hersilia stood by him, her voice steady as she pleaded for peace. "We are stronger together than apart. Let us bridge this divide, not widen it." Her words hung in the air, heavy with emotion, and for a moment, time seemed to pause. The faces of the Sabine men softened, reflecting the pain of their losses, but also the hope for a future not dictated by strife. Romulus and the Sabine chieftain locked eyes, both men grappling with the reality that their legacies were intertwined in ways they had never anticipated. The tension remained palpable, but something had changed. The emotions that had once fueled anger now ignited a flicker of understanding. The Sabine women looked on, their hearts aching but filled with a sense of agency. They were no longer merely pawns in the game of conquest. They had become the very glue that could hold these two worlds together. As negotiations began, the sound of swords clashing faded into the background, replaced by the murmurs of cautious hope. It was a moment suspended in time, where the possibility of unity began to evolve amidst the chaos of their shared history. But the story was far from over. The intertwining destinies of Rome and the Sabines had only just begun to unfold, leading them toward an unexpected climax, one that would forever change their lives and shape the future of a burgeoning empire. A sudden clap of thunder split the sky, echoing like the booming voice of Jupiter himself. The citizens of ancient Rome paused, their breaths caught in their throats, as if the gods were about to intervene in the affairs of men. They stood under the shadow of the monumental Pantheon, a structure that whispered the very essence of divine authority, echoing with the footsteps of history and the weight of belief. Here, in this sacred space, the gods were not distant figures confined to myth. They were palpable, woven into the very fabric of Roman life. At the center of it all was Jupiter, king of the gods. His presence was felt in every corner of the city, a constant reminder of his might. When he thundered from the heights of Olympus, the skies darkened and the earth trembled, sending a chill through the bones of every Roman citizen. They would raise their hands in reverence, praying for his favor, for it was his power that governed the fortunes of the empire. But Jupiter was not alone. His wife, Juno, protector of marriage and women, stood beside him, embodying the strength and complexities of femininity in a world dominated by male deities. Each god and goddess represented a thread in the intricate tapestry of Roman life. Minerva, goddess of wisdom, was a source of inspiration for scholars and craftsmen alike. She stood as a beacon of learning, with her owl perched silently, watching over the city's intellectual pursuits. In the bustling forums, whispers of her insights fueled debates, igniting the flames of progress. Meanwhile, Mars, the fierce god of war, beckoned soldiers to battle, his blood-red cloak billowing behind him like a warning. His presence stirred the hearts of men, urging them to fight for their honor, their families, and their empire. The clash of swords and the roar of battle cries echoed through the valleys, a testament to his insatiable thirst for conquest. The Roman pantheon was not merely a collection of gods. It embodied an ideology that permeated the very soul of the empire. The emperors understood this well. They were not just rulers. They were living embodiments of divine will. Augustus, the first emperor, felt the weight of the gods upon his shoulders. He carefully crafted his image, presenting himself as a demigod, a mortal touched by divine grace. Statues of him were placed in temples, and coins bore his likeness, reminding the people that he was favored by the gods. This was not mere politics. It was a dance of power, a delicate balance of worship and authority. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the city, the high priests gathered at the temple. Dressed in flowing robes, they moved with purpose, readying themselves for rituals that would invoke the gods' presence. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a fragrant offering of gratitude and supplication. Each chant and prayer was a plea, a connection to the divine that transcended mortal struggles. The people watched, entranced, their hearts swelling with hope. The gods were listening. They had to be. But the pantheon also held darker truths. Beneath the grandeur lay fears and uncertainties. The Romans were aware that the gods could be capricious, their favor easily lost. If a drought struck or crops failed, fingers would point to the heavens, accusations of neglect swirling among the populace. Had they angered Jupiter with their deeds? Perhaps Venus had turned her back on them, leaving love and fertility in the dust. The whispers of discontent brewed like storms on the horizon, ready to erupt. In an effort to placate these powerful beings, grand ceremonies filled the calendar, each one a spectacle of devotion. The Ludi Romani, a festival dedicated to Jupiter, transformed the city into a vibrant canvas of color and sound. Chariots raced through the streets, roaring crowds cheering as gladiators clashed in the arena, their fates entwined with the gods' whims. Every cheer, every gasp was a prayer, a pulse that flowed through the city, binding together the lives of citizens in a single heartbeat. This was the emotional core of Roman identity, where life and divinity coalesced. As the moon cast a silver glow upon the Pantheon's dome, it became a symbol of unity. The oculus opened to the heavens, allowing light to stream in, illuminating the marble floors where countless souls had knelt in reverence. It represented the connection between earth and sky, a reminder that the gods were always watching, always involved. The divine and the mundane intertwined, creating a belief system that defined the Roman way of life. But the Pantheon held secrets, too. It was a repository of stories, of gods forgotten and myths reshaped with the passage of time. Each column, each carving detailed tales that transcended generations, whispering of love, revenge, and the intricate dance of fate. The stories of Ceres, who wept for her daughter Proserpina, and of Bacchus, who brought both joy and madness to his followers, were woven into the public consciousness. These narratives provided solace and clarity, guiding the Romans through the chaos of existence. As the night deepened, shadows flickered across the Pantheon, hinting at the lingering presence of the divine. The gods watched over their people, and in turn, the people worshipped with fervor. Yet beneath that fervor lay an undercurrent of anxiety, a growing awareness that the empire's fortunes were not solely in the hands of the gods. The balance of power was shifting, and the eyes of the world were turning toward new beliefs, new ideologies that threatened the very foundation upon which the pantheon stood. In the distance, the sounds of a new faith began to echo through the streets, a whisper that could not be silenced. The emotional turmoil of change loomed on the horizon, the clash between tradition and transformation set to unfold. As the fire in the temple flickered, the gods listened intently, uncertain of what the dawn would bring. The pantheon stood strong, but the hearts of its people were restless, caught between the weight of tradition and the allure of something new. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over the grand city of Rome, where the air was thick with anticipation. Citizens hustled about, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shores of the Tiber River. Today was no ordinary day. It was a day dedicated to Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the supreme god. A palpable energy buzzed through the streets, feeding the soul of the city. It was a day where the divine and the earthly would intertwine, a day when the fate of the state hung delicately in the balance. At the pinnacle of the Capitoline Hill stood a temple dedicated to Jupiter, its towering columns reaching for the heavens as if the very skies were bowing in reverence. This was not just a structure of stone and marble. It was the living heart of Roman religion and state. Here, the people would offer their prayers and sacrifices, believing that Jupiter listened, his gaze fixed upon them, ensuring their prosperity and protection. The priests, adorned in flowing white garments, moved with purpose, their faces set in solemn determination. The heavy scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrant offerings of olive oil and wine. Each sacrifice, be it a lamb, a bull, or the sweet grains of the harvest, was a plea for favor, a desperate attempt to win the goodwill of the mighty god. The priests understood the weight of their roles. They served as conduits between the people and the divine, their every gesture steeped in centuries of tradition and meaning. The crowd gathered, a sea of eager faces painted with hope and fear. Mothers clutched their children, whispering prayers under their breaths, while soldiers stood tall, their eyes searching the skies for signs of favor. The distinct sound of trumpets echoed, signaling the beginning of the ceremonies. A hush fell over the gathering, as though the world itself paused to listen. As the high priest ascended the altar, his voice rang out, powerful and commanding. "O Jupiter Optimus Maximus, we beseech you," he called, his arms raised high. The crowd responded with fervent cries, their voices blending into a single, unwavering chorus. It was a plea for protection against enemies, for bountiful harvests, for justice in their affairs. Emotions surged through the gathering. Hope and desperation intertwined, each person holding onto the thread that connected them to the divine. In this moment, Jupiter was not just a distant deity. He was a protector, a father figure to all Romans. His presence loomed large, an indomitable force shaping the fate of the city. The tales of his might were woven into the very fabric of their lives. Stories of his thunderous voice, of how he wielded lightning to defend the innocent, sent chills down spines. The Romans believed that through Jupiter, they could tap into an ancient power, a force that had watched over them since their forefathers had first laid the foundations of their great city. As the ceremony progressed, the flicker of torches illuminated the faces of the crowd, revealing a kaleidoscope of emotions: fear, hope, reverence, and pride. Each face told a story, a history intertwining with the greater narrative of Rome. The sacrifices offered were not mere acts of devotion. They were promises etched in blood and ash, binding the people to their God and to one another. Then came the moment of the sacred fire. The high priest took a torch, its flame dancing brightly, and ignited the pile of offerings. The fire roared to life, crackling and putting on a show of colors, the smoke spiraling upwards as if it were carrying their prayers straight to the heavens. The crowd gasped, and a collective hush fell over them. In that moment they believed, truly believed, that their pleas were being heard. But as the smoke twisted and turned, a sudden chill swept through the air, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. A dark cloud gathered above, obscuring the sun. Some looked up, eyes wide with concern. Had Jupiter turned his face away, or was this a mere coincidence? Doubt trickled into the hearts of some, but the high priest's unwavering voice cut through the tension. "Fear not, Jupiter watches over us. He will protect this city." His confidence was a lifeline, a thread of hope woven through the thickening atmosphere. Each heartbeat echoed like the drums of war as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty. Would Jupiter respond? Would he bless them or strike them down for their failings? The crowd's breaths came quicker, each moment stretching into eternity as they waited for a sign, an answer to their fervent prayers. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cut through the gathered clouds, illuminating the faces of the anxious crowd. Gasps of awe and fear mingled in the air, and a wave of emotion surged through them. The sound of thunder rolled ominously, vibrating through the ground, shaking the very stones beneath their feet. It was as if Jupiter himself had answered their call, asserting his dominance over the skies and the earth. Cheers erupted, hands lifted to the heavens, and relief washed over the crowd like a cleansing rain. They rejoiced, believing their god had acknowledged them, that the bond between them and Jupiter was unbreakable. In that moment, they were more than citizens of Rome. They were part of a greater cosmic dance, a web of faith and devotion that stretched through time and space. But even amidst the jubilation, questions lingered like shadows. What would the future hold? Would the sacrifices they made today be enough to ensure Jupiter's favor tomorrow? As the last embers of the fire flickered, the crowd began to disperse, still buzzing with the energy of the moment. The festival of Jupiter Optimus Maximus was not merely a celebration. It was a lifeline, a ritual that linked the past, present, and future in a beautiful, chaotic tapestry of faith. As night fell over Rome, the stars began to twinkle like diamonds in the deep indigo sky. The citizens left the temple, their hearts alight with hope, but the questions remained unanswered, echoing in the silence of the night. Would they have the courage to continue their devotion, to uphold the traditions that bound them to their god? Or would the trials of life wear them down, leaving them vulnerable to the whims of fate? The story of Jupiter Optimus Maximus was just beginning, a tale that would be etched into the annals of time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a dimly lit chamber, where the air hung heavy with incense and anticipation, a priestess stood before an altar, her heart pounding like a drum. The flickering candles cast dancing shadows, and the scent of burnt offerings mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. She squinted at the cracked oracle bones scattered before her, each one a whisper from the gods, each crack a potential prophecy. The room was thick with tension as she sought a sign, a glimpse of divine favor that could alter the course of her people's destiny. Across the ages, the fabric of human history is woven with the threads of omens and prophecies, each one steeped in the hopes and fears of those longing for a sign from higher powers. Ancient civilizations believed that the gods communicated through the natural world, weaving messages in the flight of birds, the behavior of animals, and the patterns of stars. In Mesopotamia, priests would interpret the movements of the stars, believing that the alignment of celestial bodies dictated the fate of kings and kingdoms. An unexpected comet, bright and fiery, could spell doom or glory, depending on whose eyes beheld it. In Rome, the augurs, with their solemn faces and flowing togas, would observe the flight of birds. A flock rising in a certain direction could herald victory in battle, while a lone raven might warn of defeat. The people held their breath, waiting for the augurs to decipher the will of the gods. With every rustle of wings, hope and despair hung in the balance, dreams of grandeur or disaster dancing just out of reach. The whispers of the divine were fragile, and the stakes were impossibly high. A tale unfolds from the annals of Egyptian history, where the pharaohs, perceived as living gods, listened intently to oracles. When the Nile flooded, bringing life to the land, it was seen as a blessing. But if the waters receded too soon, the people trembled in fear, believing they had offended their deities. The priests would gather, eyes closed, chanting sacred verses, seeking an explanation, a prophecy that could offer solace or guidance. In the corridors of power, decisions rested on the interpretation of signs, and the lives of thousands teetered on the edge of an omen. In the shadows of the ancient Roman Forum, whispers of a prophecy sent shivers down spines. Julius Caesar, a man who sought to reshape the empire, was warned by a seer, "Beware the Ides of March." Yet, ambition clouded his judgment. He brushed off the warning as mere superstition. How could he, a ruler with the favor of the gods, fall to a mere prediction? The echoes of that day resonate through history, a chilling reminder that even the mightiest are not immune to the consequences of ignoring the signs. Then there were the Greeks, who revered the oracle at Delphi, a woman whose words dripped with ambiguity. Kings and commoners alike traveled treacherous paths to seek her counsel, prepared to sacrifice everything for a glimpse into their fate. The cryptic phrases she uttered sent waves of anxiety through the hearts of those who dared to inquire. "You will conquer your enemies, but beware of the one who comes from within." Trusting the oracle was both a blessing and a curse, as the line between favor and disaster blurred. As stories of omens spread, so did the tension between the faithful and the skeptics. The belief in divine messages could spark fervor or ignite conflict. A battle was fought not just on the field, but in the hearts of men and women who sought to interpret the will of the gods. Was it truly a sign of favor when a soldier glimpsed a shooting star, or merely a trick of light in the vast, indifferent universe? The questioning fueled passionate debates, leaving some devoted, while others turned their backs on ancient beliefs. Consider the chilling fate of the Aztecs, who gazed at the sky and observed the patterns of eclipses and celestial events. Each occurrence held profound significance, often interpreted as messages demanding sacrifice. The fear of displeasing the gods drove them to drastic measures, believing that their very survival depended on acts of devotion. In that cruel and beautiful world, the role of omens could incite both awe and horror, a relentless cycle of reverence and dread. The myth of divine favor extended beyond mere predictions. It seeped into the very fabric of daily life. When a sick child miraculously recovered, parents would speak of divine intervention, attributing the miracle to the gods smiling down upon them. The community would gather, hearts swelling with gratitude, believing that they were worthy of the gods' attention. Yet, the moment a misfortune struck, a harvest failed, a plague swept through, the fingers of blame pointed upward. What had they done to incur wrath? The line between blessing and curse was perilously thin, a constant reminder of their precarious existence under the watchful eyes of fate. As these stories unfold, the tension thickens, the heart races. Will the omens be kind, or will they twist into dark portents? Each prediction carries weight, echoing through time, leaving shadows of doubt in its wake. The priestess stares at the oracle bones, the flickering candlelight reflecting a mix of hope and fear on her face. In the stillness of that chamber, the air crackles with the promise of revelation, hanging just out of reach, a continuous thread connecting the past with the present. The role of omens and prophecies stretches beyond the confines of history, weaving itself into the very nature of humanity. With every heartbeat, every breath, it beckons, a siren's call that promises guidance, hope, and perhaps the bitter taste of betrayal. And as humanity continues to seek meaning in the chaos of existence, the age-old question remains: are the signs we perceive truly divine, or are they merely reflections of our deepest desires and fears? The chill of dawn hung in the air, thick with the promise of battle. The Roman legions, clad in glinting bronze and steel, stood shoulder to shoulder, their breath mingling in the frigid morning. They were not just soldiers. They were a living myth, an embodiment of strength and discipline. As the sun broke over the horizon, casting a golden hue on their armor, it illuminated the resolute faces of men who had sworn loyalty not just to each other, but to the greatness of an empire that stretched across continents. Sergeant Marcus Aurelius, his chest swelling with pride, could feel the weight of history on his shoulders. A veteran of countless campaigns, he had witnessed the valor of Rome firsthand. His mind raced with memories of triumph and loss, the Battle of Alesia, where they had outsmarted their enemies, and the brutal confrontations in Germania, where the very earth trembled under the clash of swords. Each scar etched upon his body told a story of survival, of bravery that seemed to flow in the blood of every Roman soldier. Yet there was a myth that surrounded them, one that whispered tales of invincibility. They were the Invincibles, as their enemies called them, men forged in the fires of war who would not cower, who would press forward even in the face of certain death. The stories of their heroics were recounted in taverns, on street corners, and in the shadow of the majestic Colosseum. They were more than men. They were gods of war, demigods who could not be felled by mortal blows. But this was not merely a tale of glory. In the depths of their hearts, every soldier felt the weight of the myth that accompanied them, a burden as heavy as their shields. In the silent moments before battle, doubt would creep in, whispering that perhaps they were not as infallible as history had painted them. The fear of falling short, of being mere mortals, was a haunting specter that lingered as they readied themselves for the fight. "Remember, brothers," Marcus called out, his voice cutting through the stillness. "Today, we do not fight for ourselves alone but for each other, for the glory of Rome. We are the shield of our people." His words ignited a fire in their hearts. Yet in the back of his mind, a shadow of uncertainty flickered. Could they truly withstand the storm that awaited them? As the first horns blared, the soldiers surged forward, their unity a palpable force. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, a symphony of chaos that threatened to drown out their very souls. Each strike was fueled by the belief in their invincibility. Yet each fallen comrade reminded them that the myth could shatter in an instant. In the thick of the fray, Lucius, a young recruit with eyes wide as saucers, fought alongside the seasoned veterans. He had trained for years, dreaming of this moment, eager to prove himself as a worthy Roman soldier. But as he swung his sword, he could feel the panic rising in his chest. The enemy was fierce, their numbers overwhelming. A wave of dread washed over him. What if he was not enough? What if the stories had lied? A figure loomed ahead, dark and threatening. It was a chieftain of the Gauls, a fierce warrior whose reputation sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. Lucius felt a rush of fear, but he heard Marcus's voice echoing in his mind. "Stand strong." With a roar, he charged forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins, as he thrust his sword at the foe. The clash was deafening, and for a heartbeat, the world slowed down. In that moment of time suspended, Lucius realized that valor was not just about strength. It was about heart. With every strike he delivered, he felt the pulse of his comrades around him, their resolve merging into something greater. He was not just fighting for himself. He was part of a living tapestry of bravery, woven into the history of Rome itself. Yet, even as victory seemed within reach, tragedy lurked in the shadows. Around them, the battlefield morphed into a tapestry of blood and valor, where the line between heroism and despair blurred. Men who had laughed and shared stories just hours before now lay still, their bodies cold against the earth. The reality of war crashed down upon them, gnawing at the edges of their faith in glory. How could they be invincible when their brothers fell like leaves in a storm? As the sun reached its zenith, casting harsh light upon the carnage, the soldiers fought on, buoyed by a mix of fear and determination. They pushed through the pain, driven by the stories that had shaped them, yet haunted by the faces of those who would never again return home. Would the tales of their bravery be enough to drown out the cries of their fallen? When the dust settled and the battlefield fell silent, the true weight of the day enveloped them. Victory was theirs, but at what cost? The proud shouts of triumph were drowned by mourning whispers as they carried the lifeless bodies of their friends. The myth of the invincible soldier felt tarnished, bruised by the reality of loss. In that moment, as Marcus surveyed the remnants of what was once a sea of courage, he felt the tears he had held back threaten to spill. He had fought alongside these men, had sworn to protect them, yet here they lay, reminders that valor was an echo, a fleeting glimpse of glory. Suddenly, a distant cry pierced the air, a call to arms against the next tide of adversaries that would come. The myth of the invincible soldier was both a shield and a sword, and as Marcus looked into the eyes of his weary comrades, he understood that their fight was far from over. They were not just fighting for an empire. They were fighting for each other, and with that bond, they could rise again, even when the weight of despair threatened to crush them. The horizon darkened with the gathering clouds of another battle, and as they prepared to face the storm once more, the soldiers of Rome stood together, ready to confront whatever fate awaited them. Their valor was not merely a myth. It was a heartbeat, a pulse that surged through the ranks of men who had faced the unthinkable, and together, they would forge their legacy anew. In the grand arena, the roar of the crowd swells like a monstrous wave, crashing against the very walls that separate life from death. Here, beneath the blinding sun, warriors clad in sweat-slicked leather and iron glare at one another, hearts pounding like war drums. The air hangs thick with anticipation, a heady mix of excitement and dread, as the fate of each gladiator teeters on the edge of a blade. Every spectator, from proud senators in their flowing togas to dust-covered plebeians, clutches their breath, their lives intertwined with the next clash of steel. The clang of swords against shields echoes through the Colosseum, a heartbeat that reminds all present of the fine line between triumph and tragedy. They gather not just for the thrill of combat, but for a spectacle that served a greater purpose. Each match tells a story, a carefully constructed performance that held the empire together, a tapestry of valor, sacrifice, and the ultimate display of power. The emperor, seated high above, takes it all in, a god among men, his face a mask of indifference, but within, a pulse of pride courses through his veins. For every cheer that erupts from the stands, a silent nod of approval from the ruler solidifies his grip on the people. Gladiators, once proud soldiers or criminals shackled by fate, now stand as vessels of hope and despair. Their backs glisten with sweat and blood, muscles taut, ready to respond to the whims of the crowd. And the crowd? They are relentless, their cheers and boos wielding a power of their own, swaying the fortunes of these combatants. With every strike, every stumble, a gladiator's fate hangs in the balance, the audience an unyielding jury, ready to decide who lives and who dies. As the sun begins to dip lower in the sky, painting the arena in hues of crimson and gold, a new contender steps into the sand, a towering figure whose reputation has preceded him. The whispers of the crowd rise to a fever pitch, tales of his victories swirling like smoke. He is not just a man. He is a legend, a symbol of the empire's strength. Yet within him lies the burden of expectation, the knowledge that every swing of his sword carries the weight of thousands watching. Each victorious roar he earns is a reminder of the fragility of life, of the countless souls lost before him. Blood spills onto the arena floor, bright against the pale sand, a stark reminder of the price of entertainment. It is a dance of life and death, a grim ballet that plays out under the watchful eyes of the elite. The emperor leans forward, captivated, as the gladiators trade blows, each strike punctuated by the shouts of the crowd. "Kill! Kill!" they chant, their voices rising like the flames of a roaring fire, consuming all reason. In this moment, the arena transforms into both a stage and a battleground, where glory is found beneath the crushing weight of mortality. Amidst the chaos stands a young gladiator, barely more than a boy, his eyes wide with fear and determination. He fights not just for survival but for the flickering hope that perhaps one day he will earn his freedom. His heart races as he parries, dodges, and counters, each movement a dance of desperation. The crowd's roars blend into a deafening cacophony, a symphony of bloodlust that pushes him forward. Does he fight for the approval of the masses? Or does he fight to silence the screams of his own doubts? With every moment that passes, the tension thickens. The sand beneath their feet is soaked with sweat, blood, and the weight of history. As a blade inches toward him, the young gladiator feels time stretch. He catches a glimpse of the emperor, imperious and unyielding. In that instant, he realizes the games are not merely about the clash of weapons but about the very essence of power itself. The power that can grant life and the power that can take it away. The emperor's approval is like a fickle flame, burning bright one moment and snuffing out the next. Hope and despair are two sides of the same coin, and every gladiator's struggle is a reflection of the empire's own triumphs and tribulations. The crowd reaches a fever pitch, their cries a primal roar that seems to shake the very foundations of the arena. The emperor raises a hand, a gesture that commands silence. Yet the anticipation only grows thicker. With the wave of his hand, destinies will be sealed. A decision made in an instant, a life extinguished or spared. In this moment, the young gladiator feels a cold shiver run down his spine, for he understands. This power, this spectacle, is a game of survival played not just with swords, but with the very lives of men. Just as the sword is about to strike, the arena itself seems to hold its breath, the tension palpable. The young gladiator catches a glimpse of his fellow fighters, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and resolve, a reflection of their shared plight. The camaraderie forged in the blood-soaked sands binds them together. Yet here, in this moment of truth, they are alone, each fighting for their own fate amidst the larger narrative of the Empire's glory. And then, silence, thick, suffocating silence, descends upon the Colosseum like a heavy fog, an ominous prelude to the inevitable. Each gaze is fixated on the combatants, hearts racing, breaths held. The fate of the gladiators hangs like a pendulum, swinging between salvation and despair, as the crowd waits, restless and raw with emotion. The pulse of history beats loudly in this arena, a living testament to the power of entertainment intertwined with imperial propaganda, a spectacle that draws in the masses and reminds them of their place within the grand tapestry of Rome. The young gladiator lifts his sword, and the crowd erupts once more, their voices a torrent of sound that washes over him, filling him with a strange resolve. In that moment, he is no longer just a boy. He is a champion, a fighter whose heart beats in rhythm with the empire itself. The Colosseum is not merely an arena. It is a crucible, a place where legends are forged, and the roar of the crowd becomes a symphony for the ages. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the arena, the games rage on, an unending cycle of glory and blood, echoing the very essence of what it means to be alive in the realm of the mighty. The dance of life and death continues, intertwined in a narrative as old as time itself, pulling all who bear witness deeper into its relentless embrace. Under a sky tinged with the warm hues of sunset, a Roman soldier stood alone on the battlefield, his armor battered but resolute. The air hung thick with the scent of sweat and blood, a reminder of the struggle that had just unfolded. He raised his head, looking toward the city of Rome, where the echoes of laughter and life seemed worlds away. This soldier embodied the essence of Roman virtues, pietas, gravitas, and constantia. Yet, in that moment, he was a single man grappling with overwhelming doubt. Pietas, often translated as duty or devotion, was woven into the very fabric of Roman society. It encompassed loyalty to the gods, family, and the state. For this soldier, the pull of duty was a double-edged sword. Images of his mother, frail yet proud, filled his mind. She had wept when he enlisted, urging him to honor their family's name. The thought of her suffering at home while he faced the horrors of battle made his heart ache. He felt torn, tethered to a promise that weighed heavily upon him. Gravitas followed, a quality more than just seriousness. It was the ability to hold oneself with dignity and self-control. The soldier was not just fighting for glory. He was fighting for the very values that defined his city. He thought of the great leaders who had come before him. Cincinnatus, whose dedication had saved Rome. Scipio, who had brought victory against insurmountable odds. These men had walked the earth with gravitas, commanding respect through their unwavering resolve. But could he, in his current despair, live up to their legacy? In the thick of chaos, moments of clarity can sometimes emerge. The soldier felt a surge of determination wash over him. The battlefield was not just a place of conflict, but a stage where virtues like pietas and gravitas were put to the test. He recalled how each soldier fought not just for themselves but for their brothers beside them, for the families waiting anxiously at home. The memory of camaraderie ignited a spark within him, urging him to press on, to showcase the gravitas of a true Roman warrior. Yet, as night fell, doubt crept back in, a shadow haunting the corners of his mind. How many had fallen? Were their families aware of their sacrifices? or did they linger in ignorance? The soldier's heart was a battlefield of its own. Constantia, or steadfastness, began to wane under the weight of such thoughts. With every step forward, he could feel the tug of despair, threatening to pull him into its depths. Around him, the sounds of battle echoed, yet within that cacophony, he could hear whispers, the cries of those who had fought and fallen. Each name, every face, flashed before him like specters, reminding him that their stories, too, needed to be honored. In that haunting moment, he could feel the essence of Constantia rising within him. He remembered that true strength lay not in the absence of fear, but in the resolve to face it head-on. The night was cold, and the stars blinked down like distant watchers. He could feel the chill seep into his bones, an unsettling reminder of mortality. But in that darkness, a flicker of light emerged. Perhaps it was the fire of his comrades, or the distant glow of Rome itself. No matter the source, hope ignited in his heart. He was not alone. He was part of something greater, a legacy bound by shared virtues. As dawn broke, illuminating the battlefield, the soldier felt an unyielding determination welling up within him. He squared his shoulders and prepared to stand, not just as a warrior but as a testament to the values that had shaped his world. Pietas, gravitas, and Constantia surged through him like a storm, each virtue interlocking to create an unbreakable bond. He remembered his mother's words, echoing through the haze of battle. "Live with honor, my son. Make us proud." The thought propelled him forward, urging him not to falter. With each thrust of his sword, he felt the weight of his ancestors guiding him, their sacrifices whispering through time. He was not merely swinging steel. He was wielding the very essence of Rome itself. The clash of swords rang out, but with each strike, his spirit soared. He fought not just against the enemy before him, but against his own fears. The virtues that once seemed abstract now pulsed with life. Pietas was no longer just a word. It was the burning love for those he would return to. Gravitas was not a distant ideal. It was the dignity with which he would face his fate, whatever it may be. Constantia was his heartbeat, the steady rhythm that pushed him forward, unyielding and fearless. In the chaos, a sudden silence enveloped him. Time seemed to freeze as he faced a looming adversary, a giant of a man with eyes cold as steel. In that critical moment, the soldier felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him, the hopes and dreams of countless Romans flooding his mind. He was a link in an unbroken chain, a soldier forging ahead against the tide of fate. This was more than battle. It was a fight for the very soul of Rome. As their weapons clashed, the soldier poured every ounce of his being into the struggle, embodying the virtues that defined his existence. With each swing, each parry, he felt himself transforming, shedding doubt and fear like a serpent shedding its skin. He was alive, not just physically but in the essence of what it meant to be Roman. The fight was fierce, the stakes higher than he could ever have imagined. And yet, in the crucible of conflict, a sense of clarity emerged even as the battle raged on. Every heartbeat pulsed with the virtues he had come to cherish: pietas, gravitas, Constantia. They became not merely ideals, but the very lifeblood of his being. The world around him began to blur, the faces of comrades and foes alike fading into the backdrop of something larger. A timeless struggle of honor, duty, and unyielding spirit that echoed through the ages. And just as victory seemed within reach, a sudden roar erupted from the hills beyond, a sound that was both familiar and terrifying. The echo of another army, one that understood the weight of those very virtues, surged into view. The soldier felt his heart race anew, the tension thickening in the air. The battle was not over. It had merely begun. In that moment, the timeless virtues of Rome stood ready to rise once more, and the soldier braced himself for what lay ahead, knowing that his story, and the story of Rome, was far from finished. In the early light of dawn, the fields of ancient Rome glimmered with dew, every blade of grass a silent witness to the enduring spirit of a man whose name would echo through the ages. Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, a simple farmer, stood with calloused hands gripping the handles of his plow, the weight of the world seemingly resting on his shoulders. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he held a resolve as strong as the steel of a Roman sword. The air was thick with anticipation. Little did he know, the Senate was calling for a savior. Cincinnatus's life was not marked by grand ambitions or noble lineage, yet he embodied the essence of Roman virtue. When the Senate faced a grave threat, their voices shook with fear and uncertainty. A neighboring tribe had amassed its forces, ready to invade. Panic spread like wildfire, and in their desperation, the senators turned to the one man who could unite them, Cincinnatus. They envisioned a leader, a warrior, and in their minds, they painted him as a figure of greatness, even as he toiled in the fields far from the city's chaos. As the senators approached him, their robes billowing like storm clouds, Cincinnatus stood in disbelief. How could they ask a simple farmer to take on such a monumental task? Yet, as they relayed the gravity of their plight, something stirred within him. A flicker of duty ignited beneath his humble exterior. He was not merely a farmer. He was a citizen of Rome, and the city's call echoed in his very being. Within moments, he donned the toga of command, an emblem of authority that transformed him from a humble farmer into a general. The citizens of Rome watched in awe as he stepped forth, a man of the soil now cloaked in the mantle of leadership. Cheers erupted, the sound washing over him like a wave, filling him with a sense of purpose he had never known. They saw in him not just a military leader, but a symbol of hope. Cincinnatus gathered his troops, a diverse mix of farmers and artisans, their faces etched with worry, yet lit with determination. They were not seasoned soldiers, but their hearts beat for Rome. As he spoke to them, his voice resonated with conviction, weaving a tapestry of courage and honor. He reminded them of their shared heritage, of the glory of their forefathers, who had fought for the very soil they stood upon now. Days of relentless preparation followed, filled with training and strategy. Cincinnatus proved to be not just a man of valor but also a thinker. Each decision he made was deliberate. He studied the enemy's movements, eyeing their weaknesses as keenly as he had once analyzed the seasons for planting. His leadership transformed fear into fierce resolve, and as they marched toward the battlefield, they carried with them not just weapons but the very essence of Roman pride. The battlefield erupted in chaos, a cacophony of clashing steel and war cries echoing through the hills. Cincinnatus stood at the helm of his troops, his heart pounding like a war drum. This was not just a fight. It was the embodiment of every Roman citizen's spirit. With each clash, he led by example, charging into the fray, his bravery igniting the courage of those around him. Victory came swiftly. A thunderous roar erupted from his men as they emerged triumphant. The enemy fled, their resolve shattered. Cincinnatus had not just saved the city. He had rekindled the flame of Roman identity. Yet, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. The glory was not for him alone. It belonged to all Romans, those who had fought alongside him and those who had stood firm in their beliefs. He could have chosen to remain in power, to bask in the adoration of the people. The Senate would have welcomed him as a king, a ruler with the power to shape Rome's destiny. But Cincinnatus, ever the farmer at heart, turned his back on the allure of power. With the city safe and the threat neutralized, he relinquished his authority and returned to his plow, to the life he cherished and loved. His actions sent ripples through history, crafting a legacy that would be revered for centuries. Cincinnatus became the embodiment of the ideal Roman citizen. His story was told and retold, a beacon of civic virtue and selfless duty. Politicians would point to him as a model of integrity, reminding themselves and their constituents of the importance of service over self-interest. As generations passed, his name became synonymous with honor. In times of turmoil, leaders would evoke Cincinnatus's spirit, urging citizens to rise above personal gain for the greater good. He became a symbol, a myth, and yet so palpably real. A man who chose duty, who defined what it meant to be a citizen in a world that often demanded sacrifice. His legacy stretched far beyond the borders of Rome, inspiring thinkers, leaders, and everyday citizens around the world. Cincinnatus's life was a testament to the power of humility, courage, and selflessness. The Roman Republic, built on these very ideals, looked to him as both a guiding star and a reminder of the responsibilities that come with citizenship. Even in the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled above the fields he had once tilled, the spirit of Cincinnatus lingered, whispering to those who would listen. His tale was not just one of battle and glory but also of returning to one's roots, a reminder that true greatness lies not in power but in the choices we make for others. And so, the story of Cincinnatus flowed into the hearts of those who came after him, a legacy that would forever intertwine with the very fabric of Roman identity. The world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, as history continued to weave its intricate tapestry of heroes. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the sprawling city of Rome, where shadows danced like phantoms among the marble columns and ancient stones. In the bustling forum, a sense of unease swirled in the air, palpable as the scent of fresh bread mingled with the dust of history. The whispers of fate echoed amongst the people, binding them to a destiny that felt both thrilling and terrifying. It was a truth understood by all. The gods had woven their lives with threads of foreknowledge, and every heartbeat echoed the cadence of a predetermined path. Amidst the throngs, a young soldier named Lucius stood at the foot of the Senate steps, his heart racing with uncertainty. He was about to be called to arms, his fate hanging in the balance like a sword suspended above his head. The elders spoke of destiny with reverence, their voices crackling with the weight of the past. Lucius felt it too, the pressure of 1,000 ancestors urging him forward, their hopes and dreams intermingled with his own. His fingers brushed the cool metal of his gladius, and in that moment, he understood that he was but a player on a grand stage, his every action scripted by the unseen hands of fate. Around him, the stories of others unfolded like the pages of a great book. There was Claudia, a young woman with fire in her eyes, who defied societal norms to pursue her passion for poetry. She believed her words could shape the world, and as she recited verses in the marketplace, voices around her swelled in agreement. Fortune favors the bold, they cheered, a rallying cry that echoed through the streets. But Claudia knew the cost. Every ambition carried the sting of possible failure. Her heart raced as she pondered the gods' whims, whether their favor would shine upon her or lead her to ruin. Then there was Marcus, a senator whose power grew with each passing day. He navigated the treacherous waters of politics with cunning and charm, but his eyes were haunted by a premonition of betrayal. Even the mightiest could fall from grace, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. As he plotted his next move, he recalled the words of the Sibyl, "Beware the Ides of March." The warning hung over him like an ominous cloud, each day a reminder that destiny had a way of twisting even the most calculated plans. In the dark corners of the city, seers and oracles whispered prophecies, their voices like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest. They spoke of the fate of Rome, the rise and fall of emperors, and the inevitable unraveling of power. The people clung to these revelations, each word a thread in the tapestry of their lives. They believed fervently that every event, every choice, was inscribed in the stars, a divine script that dictated their existence. Yet, for every fortune told, there lay a shadow, an unspoken fear that the gods could turn against them without warning. The weight of fate pressed heavily on the shoulders of the Roman people, but it fueled their ambition. Lucius, Claudia, and Marcus were not alone in their struggle. Many sought to carve their names into the annals of history. They fought against the constraints of their destinies with fierce determination. Lucius trained harder, pushing his body to the limits, envisioning glory on the battlefield. Each swing of his sword sang songs of honor, and he longed to secure a legacy that would echo through time. Claudia penned feverishly, capturing the essence of life in her ink-stained scrolls. Her words became a weapon, slicing through the silence of conformity. She yearned for the world to recognize the power of her voice, to hear the stories of the marginalized and forgotten. In her heart, she hoped that her verses could challenge fate itself, bending it to her will. Marcus, too, plotted and schemed, driven by ambition and the desire to leave a mark that would stand the test of time. He maneuvered through alliances and rivalries, each decision a gambit in the game of destiny. He sought the highest office, the crown of glory that would elevate his family for generations. But with every step forward, the specter of betrayal loomed, reminding him that fate was never truly in his control. As time passed, the echoes of their choices began to resonate with greater intensity. The threads of fate intertwined, creating a web of connections that linked their lives in ways they could not yet fathom. The city itself seemed alive, breathing with the pulse of ambition and uncertainty. The citizens of Rome believed that their destiny was a shared experience, that the triumphs and downfalls of one could shape the reality of many. Yet, as they pushed against the currents of fate, they faced the undeniable truth that destiny could be both cruel and kind. The battlefields would witness the blood of heroes and the cries of the fallen. Claudia's words might inspire revolutions, but they could also incite wrath. Marcus might rise to power, but the higher he climbed, the further he could fall. In this dance of fate, the Romans played their parts, each note woven into a grand symphony of life. The day came when Lucius faced his greatest challenge, a battle that would determine not only his own fate but that of Rome itself. The air crackled with tension as soldiers clashed, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. In that moment of chaos, he felt the weight of history pressing upon him, the countless lives that had fought before him, all echoing in his heart. Every clash of steel was a reminder that destiny had led him to this point, and it would demand a sacrifice. Claudia, too, found herself at a crossroads, her words echoing in the minds of thousands as they rallied for change. Her voice was a spark, igniting the passions of those who yearned for a brighter tomorrow. But she knew that with every spark came the risk of fire, and she steeled herself against the flames that might consume her. And in the Senate chambers, Marcus faced the inevitable tide of betrayal. The whispers that had haunted him became a deafening roar, and he realized that the gods played their games with cruel finesse. In the midst of power, he felt the cold grip of fate tightening around his throat, knowing that the very ambitions he cherished could lead to his undoing. The sun set on that day, but the stories did not end. They only began to twist and turn, weaving together the fates of Lucius, Claudia, and Marcus in ways they could never have imagined. The shadows of destiny loomed large, and as they grappled with their choices, the echoes of their struggles would pulse through time, binding them to the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of Rome. Citizens bustled about, laughter mixed with the scent of roasted meats and fresh bread wafting through the forum. Yet beneath this veneer of joy, a tension simmered, palpable and heavy. The air crackled with the whispers of soldiers returning from distant campaigns, their eyes haunted by the horrors they had witnessed. The peace of the empire was not born from harmony, but rather forged in the crucibles of blood and iron. Every citizen of Rome believed they lived in a golden age, a time when the empire's mighty legions had stretched their hands across continents, quelling any hint of rebellion with an iron fist. This was the Pax Romana, a term that rolled off tongues with pride. But as the public feasted and celebrated, another narrative lay buried beneath the surface, a tale of fear, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of power. Legions marched with purpose, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. Behind them, towns fell silent, families torn apart as their homes were consumed by the enormity of Rome's ambition. In Gaul, resistors faced swift justice. The blood of warriors and innocents alike soaked the soil, mingling with the earth in a macabre dance of power and subjugation. The legions brought order, yes, but only because they first sowed chaos. As the empire expanded, so too did the stories of oppression. The mighty conqueror Julius Caesar, a name that inspired awe, was not merely a hero but a harbinger of destruction. He crossed the Rubicon, and with it, he crossed into a world drenched in violence. The Senate, once a bastion of democracy, quaked at the might of a single man whose ambition knew no bounds. His campaigns were not just victories. They were warnings to all who dared to defy the might of Rome. In the provinces, the stories were different. The sun did not rise with the promise of peace. It rose on lives shattered. The local chieftains, once proud leaders, were reduced to puppets, their strings pulled by Roman hands. Families were uprooted, cultures erased, traditions trampled in the name of a civilization that glorified itself as a bear of light. The irony stung. Peace through strength, they called it. Yet it was a peace built on the backs of the oppressed, a fragile facade that could shatter at any moment. A chilling silence fell over the Colosseum one fateful day. The crowd roared with the thrill of bloodshed, their cheers echoing through the ages. Gladiators, warriors stripped to the bone, faced each other in combat, their fates hanging precariously in the balance. The thrill of the fight, the agony of defeat, all served to reaffirm the empire's grip on its people. To witness the brutality was to embrace the might of Rome, to understand that power was absolute and unyielding. The emperors, draped in their purple togas, reveled in this bloodlust. They were the architects of a peace that came at a price. Nero, with his manic laughter, played his lyre while Rome burned, a chilling reflection of the disconnect between the rulers and the ruled. The lavish games and feasts were mere distractions, a way to keep the masses entertained while the undercurrents of dissent boiled just beneath the surface. In the shadows of the empire, a different kind of resistance brewed. The oppressed, the silenced, began to whisper of rebellion, each whisper echoing the pulse of a growing anger. The spirit of the conquered was not easily extinguished. It flickered like a candle in the darkness. In Judea, the zealots rose, refusing to bow to Roman authority, their cries fueled by a fervor that was both inspiring and terrifying. The clash of ideals was imminent, a storm brewing on the horizon. As the Pax Romana stretched on, the tension grew like a coiled spring, ready to snap. The empire's vastness became its vulnerability. The very strength that provided peace also sowed seeds of discontent. The legions, once seen as protectors, became symbols of oppression. People began to see the truth hidden beneath the surface, their eyes opened to the cost of the empire's glory. The year 66 AD marked a pivotal moment in this tale of duality. The Jewish revolt ignited like a wildfire, flames fueled by centuries of subjugation and resentment. The Romans responded with brutal force, but each act of retaliation only stoked the fires of rebellion further. The streets of Jerusalem ran red, a stark reminder that peace was but an illusion, one that could vanish at the slightest spark. Back in Rome, emperors shifted like shadows, each generation struggling to maintain the unyielding grip of power. Trajan, Marcus Aurelius, names hailed as great leaders, stood at the helm of an empire that demanded constant vigilance. Yet, even as they expanded the empire's borders, they could not quell the whispers of dissent echoing throughout the provinces. The myth of peace began to crack, revealing the chaos lurking just beneath the surface. As the citizens celebrated the might of their empire, the distance between the rulers and the ruled widened. The Romans danced at their feasts while the provinces were engulfed in darkness, the cries of those silenced reaching a crescendo that could no longer be ignored. The weight of the truth pressed down like a vice, squeezing the life from the myth of the Pax Romana. All the while, the world watched, waiting for the moment when the dam would break and the flood of rebellion would wash away the illusion of peace. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the streets of Rome cloaked in twilight. The laughter faded, replaced by the sound of distant drums. Drums of war, drums that echoed the heartbeat of a restless empire. The moment of reckoning loomed, and as the shadows deepened, it became clear that the legacy of peace through strength was a tale woven with threads of conflict, a story that was far from over. The next chapter awaited, filled with the tension of a people on the brink, ready to rise from the ashes of oppression. On a sunlit morning in the year 1492, a group of sailors whispered excitedly among themselves on the deck of a ship, their hearts pounding with a mix of dread and exhilaration. They stood on the brink of a new world, fueled by dreams of glory, riches, and destiny. Little did they know that their journey would be woven into a myth that would echo through the ages, justifying the expansion of empires and the conquest of lands far beyond the horizon. As the ships sailed further into uncharted waters, the men clung to tales of divine favor and manifest destiny, believing that their expansion was not just a pursuit of wealth, but a sacred mission. The winds whispered of greatness, of a chosen people destined to bring their civilization and beliefs to distant shores. It was this intoxicating spell of myth that ignited their passion and numbed their fears, even as the dark waters below churned with the unknown. Across the ocean, indigenous people lived in harmony with the land, their own stories wrapped in rich tapestries of their ancestors. Yet, as the ships approached, the air thickened with impending conflict. The newcomers carried with them not just dreams, but an insatiable hunger for land and power, convinced that their victory was preordained. The old myths of their own culture, the stories of gods and heroes, were about to collide with the foreign tales of destiny and divine right. In the hearts of the invaders, the myth of conquest blossomed like a flame. They spoke of a new world, a land promised to them by a higher power. Every paddle stroke in the oar, every knot tied in the rigging felt like an affirmation of their purpose. They were not mere men seeking fortune. They were knights on a crusade, champions of a divine mission. With every inch they sailed, they believed they were fulfilling a prophecy, destined to bring light into what they perceived as darkness. As they made landfall, the clash was inevitable. The first encounters were filled with awe and wonderment, but also confusion and fear. The indigenous people looked upon these pale-faced strangers with cautious curiosity. What they saw was not the promised allies of their myths, but invaders with fire in their eyes and steel in their hands. The myths told by the newcomers painted them as saviors, but the reality soon revealed a far more sinister narrative. Violence erupted under the banner of destiny, justified by the very myths that had inspired the invaders. They spoke of cleansing the land, of a sacred duty to convert the heathens to their beliefs. The blood that soaked the earth became a grim testament to their faith, each drop a sacrificial offering to the relentless pursuit of expansion. The tales of bravery and conquest echoed in the halls of their homelands, inspiring more to join the ranks of the conquerors, all wrapped in the allure of a divine mission. As the years went by, the myths of conquest morphed and twisted, feeding into the very fabric of emerging nations. In Europe, kings and queens donned crowns adorned with the symbols of their newfound empires, their reigns justified by the stories of bold explorers and their fabled encounters. The narrative of destiny became a powerful tool, shaping laws and igniting the hearts of those yearning for adventure and glory. The idea that they were destined to expand, to civilize, to conquer, became etched into the consciousness of generations. In this relentless march, the conquerors faced not only the realities of war but also the weight of their own myths. They encountered not just resistance, but the richness of cultures that thrived where they dared to tread. The music, the art, the traditions of the indigenous peoples clashed against the starkness of the newcomers' beliefs. Each encounter sparked a firestorm of emotions, igniting a fierce determination to assert their vision of order and civilization. The stories spun around campfires, in taverns, and in the grand courts of Europe were filled with both dread and delight. Tales of legendary warriors, of heroic deeds, and of magnificent treasures stole the breath of listeners, drawing them into a web of excitement. Each conquest was celebrated, each victory chronicled as proof of an unstoppable fate. And the deeper the roots of imperial ambitions took hold, the more the myths solidified into a bedrock of belief that expansion was not just possible, it was inevitable. Yet, within the shadows of those towering myths lay the forgotten voices, those whose lives were uprooted, whose homes were torn apart by the relentless tide of conquest. The sorrow of loss mingled with the driven ambition of the conquerors, creating a cocktail of triumph and despair. The land, once teeming with life and tradition, began to dim as the conquerors pressed forward, their hands stained with the reality of what they had unleashed. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples, caught in a storm of emotions, sought to protect their land and their way of life, unsure of how to confront the tide of myth that swept over their world. Their own stories of resilience and courage began to emerge, weaving a counter-narrative, one that whispered of unity and strength in the face of overwhelming odds. In the wake of the expanding empires, the power of myth became a double-edged sword. It inspired courage in some, but shattered lives in others, creating a tapestry rich in complexity and emotion. And as one empire fell while another rose, the myths of death, the air was thick with anticipation, and a palpable energy surged through the masses as the great emperor strode forth, robed in splendor, his presence magnetic. To the people, he was not merely a ruler. He was a demigod, a living embodiment of divine will, and they were his devoted followers, ready to lay down their lives for a glimpse of their god on earth. The cult of the emperor, as it was called, wove together threads of faith and politics, creating a fabric so intricate that it was almost palpable. The emperor stood at the axis of this universe, where the sacred and the secular coalesced. It was an astonishing thing to witness, a ruler claiming divinity, and the masses accepting this claim without question, their hearts swelling with loyalty and fear. The roots of this cult ran deep into the soil of Roman history. The first emperor, Augustus, had cleverly crafted his image as a pious and benevolent leader. He positioned himself as the restorer of the republic, yet beneath this facade, he constructed a regime that embraced the divine. Temples were erected in his honor, and coins bore his likeness, a constant reminder that the emperor was more than a man. He was the bridge between the mortal and the divine. Each inscription, each statue served to engrave his authority in the minds of the citizens, whispering that their very fate lay in the hands of a god. As the years turned into decades, this divinization only grew stronger. Emperors like Caligula and Nero took it to astonishing heights, demanding worship that bordered on the insane. Caligula, known for his erratic behavior, declared himself a living god, manifesting his power by forcing the Senate and even commoners to bow before him. The audacity of his demands sent shivers through the populace, a mix of terror and exhilaration. The Senate, once the bastion of Roman power, found itself ensnared in a web woven by a madman who believed he was above all, including the gods themselves. Yet, behind the madness lay a chilling truth. The emperor's divinity was not merely a matter of personal belief. It was a tool of political power that could both unite and fracture a civilization. The divine right to rule became a weapon, used to silence dissent and quash rebellion. In the name of the emperor, wars were waged, and enemies were crushed. The citizens of Rome, caught in the intoxicating fervor of the cult, either worshipped in fervent faith or cowered in fear. In the provinces, the influence of the cult seeped into every aspect of life. Temples dedicated to the emperor sprung up, adorned with golden statues that glinted under the sun's rays, attracting pilgrims from far and wide. Festivals were held, lavish celebrations that blurred the line between worship and entertainment. Imagine the sights and sounds. A cacophony of laughter intertwined with chants to the emperor, offerings of wine and grain piled high in reverence. The very air was thick with incense, a fragrant reminder that the emperor was not just a ruler, but a presence felt in every heartbeat. But beneath the surface of loyalty lay an undercurrent of rebellion, a flicker of doubt that threatened to ignite into flames. The rising tide of Christianity began to challenge the very notion of divinity that had been so carefully crafted. The early Christians, believing in a single God, found themselves at odds with the empire's demand for universal worship of the emperor. The tension simmered, and with it, the stakes escalated. The Christians were persecuted, their faith considered a direct affront to the divine authority claimed by the emperor. Through the haze of persecution, stories emerged of martyrs standing defiantly before the emperor, refusing to bow, their courage shining like a beacon in the darkness. They believed that true power lay not in earthly rulers but in an eternal God. This defiance sent shockwaves through the empire, creating a divide that could not be ignored. The cult of the emperor faced its most formidable challenge, and the question loomed: could divine power withstand the test of faith? Meanwhile, as the shadows of doubt crept into the hearts of the people, the emperor's court grew increasingly paranoid. The elaborate rituals meant to strengthen loyalty began to feel desperate, a last-ditch effort to reaffirm power. Assassination plots swirled like storm clouds overhead, and whispers of discontent echoed through marble halls. Trust eroded as the once invincible emperor began to realize that the very divinity he claimed could also be the noose tightening around his neck. The tension reached a fever pitch during the reign of Domitian, who demanded to be referred to as Lord and God. His reign was marked by a brutal crackdown on dissent, a chilling reminder of what could happen to those who dared to question divine authority. The streets of Rome grew dark with unease, and the threat of betrayal hung heavy in the air. Loyalists and conspirators danced a dangerous tango, and the fate of the empire rested precariously on the edge of a blade. In an astonishing twist of fate, Domitian's reign would ultimately be cut short, a grim reminder that even those who claimed divinity could meet a mortal end. His assassination sent tremors through the empire, igniting debates about the nature of power, authority, and faith. What happened next was both a revelation and a reckoning. The very fabric of the cult began to unravel, and those who once idolized the emperor found themselves grappling with a new sense of identity, one that asked them to look beyond the divine claims of man. As the dust settled, the echoes of loyalty, fear, and rebellion lingered in the streets of Rome, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The relationship between divinity and political power was no longer clear-cut. It had transformed into a complex interplay of belief, resistance, and the relentless quest for truth. The story of the emperor would continue to evolve, weaving its way through the annals of history, leaving behind a legacy that would challenge the very notion of power itself. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Rome. Citizens bustled about, their voices a symphony of life and ambition. Yet amid the chaos, one figure stood resolute: Augustus, the man who would mold the very fate of the Roman Empire with the deft touch of a craftsman. His gaze was steady, but within him churned a tempest of dreams and desires, a vision that would transform not just a city, but the world itself. A chill swept through the air as he pondered the ruins of the Republic, scattered like broken glass underfoot. The Senate, once a bastion of power, was riddled with corruption and strife. Julius Caesar's assassination echoed in the memories of many, a grim reminder of the chaos that had engulfed them. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was not merely a descendant of Caesar. He was a man determined to resurrect a fallen legacy. The whispers of his lineage clung to him like a cloak, both a shield and a shackle, pushing him to forge a new destiny. As Augustus moved through the Forum, the Roman heart pulsed around him. Statues of gods loomed, their marble faces impassive, yet they bore silent witness to the drama unfolding below. He was not just another political player. He was the architect of his own myth, a master storyteller weaving threads of greatness into the fabric of the empire. A sense of purpose ignited within him. He could feel the weight of the empire's dreams resting on his shoulders, and with each step, he inched closer to the divine approval of the gods he so revered. The echoes of the past haunted him, but the future glimmered with promise. The streets of Rome were alive with stories, tales of valor, of gods and mortals entwined in struggles that defined existence. Augustus thought of the legions, those fierce warriors who spread his name like wildfire across distant lands. Each victory would become a tale, each triumph a stone laid in the foundation of a new empire. There was power in these narratives, and he wielded it like a sword. Under the guise of simplicity, Augustus began to craft a facade of humility, yet each gesture was a calculated move in a larger game. He called himself the first among equals, a phrase that would resonate through the ages. The Senate, ever wary of tyranny, was treated to a performance both charming and disarming. He knew that true power lay not in fear, but in the hearts of the people. With a few carefully chosen words, Augustus conjured an image of a benevolent ruler, one who would restore peace after years of bloodshed. It was a delicate dance, with opponents lurking in the shadows, eager to pounce on any sign of weakness. But Augustus was no ordinary man. He was a master of propaganda, a pioneer of the art of politics. His face adorned coins, his name echoed in the temples, and the very architecture of Rome began to reflect his vision. Gladiators celebrated his victories, poets sang his praises, and the public was entranced by the drama of his rise. He sought to rewrite history, to etch his name into the very stones of the city. The Forum of Augustus was not just a building. It was a testament to his power, his prowess, and his promises. Marble columns soared towards the heavens, and intricate reliefs depicted scenes of victory and divine favor. The people marveled at it, witnessing their myths come to life. Augustus had made the impossible tangible. As his influence grew, so did the legends surrounding him. He became more than a man. He was a deity in the eyes of the citizens, a bridge between mortals and gods. The winds of change swept through the streets, and whispers of his divine ancestry took root. In shrines and temples, offerings were made not just to the traditional gods, but to Augustus himself. The aura of divine kingship wrapped around him like a shimmering cloak, solidifying his rule. However, the fragile balance of power was ever shifting. His cousin, Mark Antony, loomed large in the shadows, a rival with ambitions that threatened to eclipse even Augustus's dreams. The tension was palpable, a tightrope stretched over the chasm of betrayal and warfare. Each encounter between the two men crackled with an electric intensity, their shared history a blend of camaraderie and rivalry. The stakes were high, and with every maneuver, Augustus felt the echoes of fate calling out. The Battle of Actium loomed on the horizon, a fierce clash that would either solidify Augustus's reign or shatter his ambitions into fragments. The night before the confrontation, a storm raged across the Aegean. Augustus stood on the deck of his ship, wind whipping through his hair, contemplating the weight of his choices. A single moment could alter the course of history. He could feel the heartbeat of the empire beneath his feet, an anxious rhythm that matched his own. The tide of war surged, and the clash of ships would become the stuff of legends. Victory was seized not just through strength, but through strategy, and Augustus emerged, the victor, the mythmaker. His enemies were vanquished, and he returned to Rome, not just as a ruler, but as a symbol of hope and rebirth. The streets erupted in celebration, a cacophony of joy and fervor. Augustus, now hailed as Augustus Caesar, was no longer simply a man. He had become a living legend, the embodiment of the empire's finest dreams. Citizens chanted his name, their voices weaving together a tapestry of loyalty and admiration. With the empire firmly in his grasp, Augustus turned his gaze toward the future. The peace he longed to establish would be called the Pax Romana, a golden age where art, culture, and prosperity flourished. Yet, shadows danced at the edges of his triumphs, reminding him that the mantle of power is laden with delicate threads. As he gazed upon the vastness of the empire, Augustus understood that this was just the beginning. The myths he had crafted would echo through time, but the challenges ahead would require more than just stories. He must navigate the complexities of governance, appease the restless provinces, and continue to shape the ideals of a civilization that had once teetered on the brink of destruction. And as the sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the grandeur of Rome, Augustus stood at the precipice of destiny, ready to craft the next chapter of his empire. Each heartbeat was a promise, each breath an oath, as the tale of Augustus, the mythmaker and architect, unfurled before him, an endless saga waiting to be written. The empire awaited, and he was prepared to wield the pen. The Senate stood in its grand hall, a testament to the power and prestige of Rome, echoing with whispered ambitions and silent betrayals. Senators, draped in their flowing togas, sat in uneasy silence, their faces betraying a mixture of confidence and trepidation. The flickering torches cast long shadows, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Outside, the bustling streets of Rome hummed with life, yet within these walls, a storm brewed, one that would decide the fate of the Republic. For centuries, the Senate had been the heart of Roman governance, a place where the most learned and powerful men gathered to debate the direction of their great city. They were proud custodians of a legacy, champions of the Republic that had flourished under the principles of shared power and civic duty. Yet, beneath the surface, a different narrative unfolded, a tale of ambition that threatened to consume it all. Julius Caesar, a name that sent ripples through the Senate, was more than just a general. He was a force of nature, a man who stirred the passions of the people and ignited fear in the hearts of the elite. As he marched triumphantly into Rome, fresh from his conquests in Gaul, the Senate felt the ground shift beneath them. The cheers of the crowd clashed with their murmurs of dissent. How could they allow one man to wield such power? Was this the beginning of the end for their beloved republic? Among the senators, a man named Cassius plotted with fervor. His heart raced at the thought of Caesar's growing influence, a tyrant in the making. Cassius, with his piercing gaze and fierce resolve, believed that the time had come to act, to strike at the very heart of tyranny before it rooted itself too deeply. It was a dangerous game, one fraught with peril, but the stakes were impossibly high. In the shadows, whispers of the Ides of March grew louder. The date circled in the minds of the conspirators like a specter, looming ever closer. They felt the weight of history upon their shoulders, believing that they alone could restore the Republic to its former glory. Yet doubt crept in. What if they were wrong? What if their actions would plunge Rome into chaos instead of salvation? The day arrived, bleak and foreboding. The Senate convened, thick with anticipation and dread. Caesar, adorned in his purple toga, entered the chamber with an air of invincibility. He was a man at the pinnacle of his power, yet even he sensed the shifting tides. The senators rose to greet him, their faces masks of respect, yet behind their smiles lay a tension that could snap at any moment. As he took his seat, the chamber felt electric. Words flew like arrows, each senator trying to convince themselves and each other that the Republic was still alive, that it could withstand the weight of a single man's ambition. Yet, deep down, they knew the truth. Their cherished Republic was crumbling, and their own hearts wavered between loyalty and fear. Then, in a moment that would echo through history, the plan unfolded. The conspirators, driven by a desperate hope, encircled Caesar. Their daggers glinted ominously in the torchlight, catching the eyes of their fellow senators, who gasped in horror. Betrayal cut through the air, sharp and cold. Would this act of violence be the spark that ignited the flames of civil war, or would it be the salvation of their republic? The first blade struck, a betrayal that rang out like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile peace. Caesar staggered, a look of disbelief washing over his face, as if he couldn't comprehend why his closest allies had turned against him. The senators, once colleagues, became executioners, blinded by their own fears. With each thrust, they carved not just into flesh, but into the very essence of Roman identity. As Caesar fell, he whispered, "Et tu, brute?" The words, heavy with weight and sorrow, echoed through the chamber, leaving a haunting silence in their wake. The Senate, once a place of honor, now bore the mark of shame. The ideals of the Republic lay bloodied on the floor, a victim of their own making. In the aftermath, chaos reigned. The streets of Rome, once vibrant with life, turned into battlegrounds as factions clashed, each claiming to uphold the true spirit of the Republic. The myth of the Senate, a symbol of governance and stability, transformed into a theater of power struggles. The lines between friend and foe blurred as ambition twisted loyalties into a grotesque parody of what had once been noble. Mark Antony, a man torn between loyalty to his fallen leader and desire for power, rose from the ashes. His voice, like a siren, called to the people, igniting their passions and fueling their rage. What remained of the Senate, once revered, now felt the weight of its own decisions crashing down upon them. They had intended to save their republic, yet in their desperate act, they had unleashed a tempest that would sweep through Rome like wildfire. The narrative of the Senate shifted from that of a democratic haven to a battleground for empire. The republic would never be the same again. With Caesar's assassination, the image of noble senators clung desperately to their ideals, yet reality painted a much darker picture. A world where power hungered for more power. As the dust settled, the looming specter of an empire emerged, one that would redefine the very essence of Roman governance. It was no longer about the collective voice of the Senate. It was about the rise of men who would bend it to their will. The struggle for dominance would consume them all, dragging the Republic into a twilight from which it could never fully escape, spiraling into a cycle of betrayal, ambition, and ultimately, tyranny. And so the myth of the Senate, a proud institution, crumbled under the weight of its own contradictions, leaving a legacy that would haunt the annals of history. The echoes of that fateful day would linger in the air, a chilling reminder of what power can do when it dances too close to ambition, intertwining the threads of fate in a way that could never be undone. The Republic, now but a ghost of its former self, stood on the precipice of change, its story far from over. The sound of clashing swords echoed across the fields, a chaotic symphony of power and betrayal. A thick fog hung low, shrouding the blood-soaked earth of Rome, where the dreams of glory turned to nightmares of despair. In the hearts of those who fought, the stories of ancient heroes and gods surged like wildfire, fueling ambition and desperation. Every soldier, every general, carried with them the weight of history, a chorus of whispers from the past urging them to carve their names into the annals of time. Julius Caesar stood tall, his eyes piercing through the mist, drawing strength from the legends of Aeneas and Romulus. He was not just a man. He was a living myth, breathing the air of destiny. He recalled how the blood of the great Marcius flowed through his veins, igniting a fire that would not be quenched. In that moment, he was more than a general. He was the embodiment of Rome itself, a titan destined to reshape the world. Yet, as he rallied his troops, a flicker of doubt darted through the minds of his soldiers. The myths they cherished also held warnings. The tale of Dido, who fell victim to love and vengeance, whispered through the ranks, reminding them that passion could lead to ruin. The gods watched from their thrones, chuckling at the folly of mortals who dared to defy fate. These stories were not mere distractions. They were vital threads woven into the very fabric of their reality, guiding their choices and shaping their destinies. Across the battlefield, Pompey stood in contrast, a stoic figure cloaked in the shadows of his lineage. He, too, was ensnared in the web of myth. The tales of his ancestors, heroes who conquered the world, lingered in his mind like a haunting melody. He thought of the strength of Hercules, the strategic brilliance of Odysseus. Each epic recounted by his supporters ignited an unquenchable thirst for power. But in the depths of his heart, he felt a gnawing uncertainty. The fates were fickle, and the gods often turned their backs on the proud. The armies collided like titans, and in that chaos, the spirits of the past seemed to rise, swirling around the warriors. The myth of the eternal city pulsed with life, its blood coursing through the veins of its children. Every swing of a sword was a tribute to the legends that had come before. Each cry of battle echoed the names of those who had sacrificed everything for victory. The clamor of war became a cacophony of ancient tales, binding the present to the past in an unbreakable bond. But the myths were double-edged. As the fighting intensified, stories of betrayal and tragedy unfolded on the ground. Soldiers, fueled by the fire of ambition, turned against their own. The myth of brotherhood, so deeply entrenched in Roman culture, twisted into a tale of heart-wrenching treachery. The ghost of Caesar's friend, Brutus, loomed large, a reminder that loyalty could easily morph into betrayal. As Brutus raised his sword against Caesar, the weight of history hung heavily in the air, a poignant warning that echoed through the ages. Caesar's heart raced, the legends swirling around him like a tempest. He saw not just allies but the manifestations of past heroes, their faces appearing in the haze, ghosts of the proud and the fallen. His mind drummed with the knowledge that every choice he made was predestined, a ripple in the grand tapestry of fate. He had risen above mere mortals, but the very gods he sought to emulate were fickle. His thoughts consumed him. Would his end be as tragic as those who had come before him? Even as the battle waged on, distant echoes of the past filled the minds of the soldiers. They envisioned the triumphs of their ancestors, the grandeur of a republic stretching across continents. Yet the stories of those who had faltered, those who had risen only to fall, captivated them as well. The myth of Icarus was alive in every reckless charge, a reminder of the perils of hubris. The intoxicating allure of power tugged at their hearts like a siren's song, promising glory but threatening demise. With every clash, every fallen comrade, the myths grew richer, deeper, intertwining with the fabric of their lives. It was a sinister dance, one that celebrated both the valor of their forebears and the tragic fates that beset those who wandered too far from the paths laid out by the gods. In these moments, the boundary between history and myth blurred, and soldiers found themselves grappling with their own narratives, each man a character in a story larger than himself. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the battlefield, the air thickened with tension. A fragile silence momentarily enveloped the warriors, as if the very gods paused to witness the spectacle. The soldiers stood, breathless, caught between the threads of fate and the weight of myth. In that moment, the echoes of Aeneas and the haunting shadows of Dido seemed to loom large, pressing upon them the weight of their choices, the burden of their ambition. But even as they stood still, the battle roared back to life with the fervor of 1,000 myths revived. Blood flowed like a river, and cries of glory mingled with the cries of the fallen. The ground beneath them became a canvas for their stories, painted in hues of red and gold, each stroke a testament to their existence, their hopes, and their fears. They were not just fighters. They were the culmination of every story told and untold, a living testament to ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. And as the night descended, the shadows of the past whispered through the air, leaving behind a tantalizing promise of what lay ahead. The myths had woven themselves into the very fabric of the Roman civil wars, each thread pulling the warriors deeper into a tale that was far from over. The looming specter of destiny awaited, ready to unfurl its next chapter, where the line between legend and reality would blur even further. The sun dipped low, casting a warm golden hue over the cobblestone streets of Rome, a city that teetered on the edge of contradiction. Its grandeur shouted of power and wealth, while its shadows whispered of fear and oppression. Amid the hustle and bustle, a small group gathered in hushed tones, their faces lit only by the flickering light of an oil lamp. They spoke of hope, of a kingdom not of this world, where love triumphed over hate, and the oppressed found solace in unity. This was the flicker of Christianity, a movement that would challenge the very foundations of the mighty empire. As the whispers grew bolder, so did the resolve of those who believed. They were ordinary people, fishermen, tax collectors, and women whose names history would often forget. Yet, in their hearts burned an unquenchable flame, an unyielding belief that a carpenter from Nazareth had changed everything. Jesus, the man branded a rebel, had forged a new path through compassion, healing, and radical teachings that turned societal norms on their head. They spoke of his miracles, recounting tales that stirred their hopes. The blind could see, the lame could walk, and sinners found redemption. These stories spread like wildfire through the crowded streets, igniting a movement that dared to defy the imperial rule. But the empire did not welcome such upheaval. The echoes of a growing faith clashed against the iron fist of Roman authority. The emperor, cloaked in the glory of divine right, viewed these Christians with suspicion. Their refusal to worship the pantheon of Roman gods was not just a religious choice. It was an act of rebellion. The Christians' insistence that there was only one true God sent tremors through the heart of the empire, threatening the very social fabric that held Rome together. With every sermon preached and every prayer whispered, the conflict intensified. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the Christians could feel the weight of danger pressing down on them. A few brave souls, such as Peter and Paul, ventured into the lion's den, proclaiming their faith in the very seat of power. They risked everything: liberty, comfort, and even their lives, believing that the promise of eternal life outweighed any earthly peril. Their journeys through cities, where they preached love and forgiveness, were fraught with peril. Each town they entered held the potential for glory or a gruesome end, a cycle of hope and despair. The inevitable clash came with the fervor of a storm. Persecutions erupted, and the Christians found themselves hunted, their gatherings raided, their leaders arrested, and their followers scattered. The Roman games became a spectacle of horror, with brave souls dragged into arenas, where they faced wild beasts, their faith shining like a beacon in the dark. The sight of a mother holding her child, refusing to renounce her beliefs even as the end loomed near, sent shivers down the spines of every witness. As the crowd roared for blood, the Christians remained steadfast, their faith unwavering in the face of death. Their courage transmuted into something almost sacred, igniting a fire within the hearts of ordinary citizens who yearned for something greater than mere survival. Yet, amidst the trials, the myths began to intertwine with reality. Stories of miraculous escapes, divine interventions, and visions became woven into the fabric of Christian faith. People spoke of martyrs who ascended into heaven, their souls shining brighter than the sun, and the skeptics began to wonder if perhaps there was truth in the tales they dismissed. The fear of persecution paled in comparison to the joy of belonging to something far larger than themselves. The Christians' resilience painted them as heroes, their suffering a testament to their unwavering belief. As whispers of the movement spread, so did the tension within the empire. The very structure of Roman authority began to tremble. The elite, sitting comfortably within their marble palaces, realized that their grip on power was not as secure as they once thought. The Christian message seeped into the corners of society, touching the hearts of the downtrodden, the enslaved, and the lost. It was not just a religion. It was a revolution, a call for justice and equality that echoed louder than the clanking of swords and the shouts of the powerful. In the shadows of night, the Christians gathered in secret, their hearts beating as one. They exchanged letters, sharing accounts of faith, love, and miracles. The courage of their leaders inspired them to hold fast to their beliefs, even when the weight of oppression bore down like 1,000 pounds. Their hearts beat with an urgency, a need to spread the good news and to demonstrate the power of love over hate. This was a community bound by more than doctrine. It was a family forged in the fires of adversity. But the empire was relentless. Leaders like Nero and Domitian unleashed terror upon the faithful, viewing them as scapegoats for society's woes. The Christians became the targets of blame, their homes burned, their lives shattered. Yet, in the face of this brutality, something remarkable happened. Rather than quelling the movement, the blood of martyrs became the seeds of Christianity. Each act of violence only strengthened the resolve of followers, their faith growing in direct proportion to the persecution they faced. The streets echoed with the chants of the faithful, a collective voice that would not be silenced. They gathered in the catacombs, their underground sanctuary, where the air was thick with tension and hope. Here, they celebrated the Eucharist, breaking bread and sharing wine, a simple act that felt revolutionary in a world steeped in fear. Their belief in the resurrection became their battle cry, a promise of life beyond the grave that resonated deeply in their souls. As the tension simmered, an undercurrent of change flowed through the empire. The very fabric of Roman society began to unravel as the teachings of Christianity infiltrated the hearts and minds of many. The myths that once painted Christians as a strange sect began to shift. Stories of love, forgiveness, and community began to triumph over the fear that had bound people for centuries. The stage was set for a reckoning that would send ripples through time, but for now the conflict raged on. The flames of faith flickered against the oppressive darkness, and the heart of an empire seemed poised on the brink of transformation, unaware that the greatest battle was yet to come. A soft golden light spills over ancient stones as the sun rises, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets. In this moment, one can almost hear the whispers of history echoing through the air, tales of glory and ambition intertwined with the very essence of the eternal city. Rome, a city that stands as a testament to time, is not merely a place on a map. It is a living, breathing tapestry woven from the threads of myth, legend, and reality. At the base of Palatine Hill, one can feel the pulse of an empire that once ruled the known world. This hill, steeped in legend, is said to be the birthplace of Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers raised by a she-wolf. As children, they were destined for greatness, their stories etched into the fabric of Rome itself. The very soil here is charged with the weight of their fate, hinting at the imminent rise of a civilization that would change the course of history. Wander through the streets, and the air thickens with the scent of rich coffee and baked bread, mingling with the faint aroma of ancient stone. The Colosseum looms, a colossal monument of triumph and tragedy, where fierce gladiators once battled for glory, their lives hanging in the balance under the watchful eyes of thousands. The roar of the crowd, the clashing of swords, and the cries of the defeated seem to linger, echoing in the corners of these walls, reminding all who pass of the madness and passion that once defined this arena. Yet, it is not merely the grandeur of the structures that captivates the heart. It is the geography that tells a story of its own. The Tiber River winds its way through the city, a silent observer of the countless events that have shaped Rome. Here, the water flows not just as a source of life and sustenance, but as a symbol of the city's resilience. It has seen invasions, renewals, and the ebb and flow of power, carving its path with a quiet strength that mirrors the spirit of the Roman people. Gaze upon the Vatican, a realm within a realm, where faith and politics intertwine. St. Peter's Basilica, with its magnificent dome soaring into the heavens, stands as a beacon of hope and devotion for millions. The walls of the Vatican hold secrets and stories of popes, martyrs, and artists who poured their souls into creating something eternal. The whispers of Michelangelo's brush, the echoes of Gregorian chants, and the fervent prayers of the faithful coexist in a delicate balance, infusing the air with an unmistakable spirit. But to understand Rome, one must feel the earth beneath their feet, rich with history. The Forum, once the bustling center of public life, now lies in ruins. Yet it breathes with memories of senators debating laws, citizens discussing matters of the state, and merchants peddling their wares. The crumbling columns and ancient stones are a reminder that even the mightiest can fall, but it is the resilience of the city that continues to rise, like a phoenix from the ashes. In the twilight hours, when the streets are bathed in a warm, golden hue, the story of Rome transforms. Shadows lengthen, and the laughter of children playing in the piazzas intertwines with the conversations of lovers sharing a gelato. Here, the past mingles with the present, creating a tapestry of life that vibrates with energy. The sound of a musician strumming his guitar drifts through the air, drawing people closer, and in that moment, all barriers dissolve. Time stands still, and one can feel the heartbeat of a city that embraces everyone who walks its streets. As night falls, the city sparkles under the stars, each light a reminder of the dreams and aspirations that have graced its ancient stones. The Pantheon, with its magnificent dome and oculus, invites contemplation. For centuries, it has stood as a testament to Roman engineering and spirituality, a place where the divine and human intersect. Each visitor who steps inside feels the weight of generations, their hopes and prayers suspended in the air like fragile whispers. Every corner of Rome tells a story, from the bustling marketplaces of Campo de' Fiori to the serene beauty of the Borghese Gardens. The city is alive with sights, sounds, and emotions, a living museum that invites connection. As one strolls along the Via Appia Antica, lined with ancient tombs and ruins, a sense of awe washes over them. This road, once traveled by emperors and soldiers, is a reminder of the passage of time, a reminder that every footstep is a part of a greater legacy. The significance of Rome is not merely in its monuments or its rich history. It lies in its capacity to inspire every soul who visits. It calls out to dreamers, artists, and thinkers, igniting a flame of creativity and passion that can never be extinguished. Here, in this city of contrasts, where the ancient meets the modern, every moment is steeped in a sense of belonging. One can't help but feel that they are a part of something greater, a thread woven into the intricate fabric of history. As dawn breaks once again over the eternal city, the cycle continues. The sun rises not just to illuminate the stones, but to awaken the dreams of those who walk its paths. Rome, with all its mythical geography and significance, remains a beacon of hope and resilience, a city that invites all to partake in its story. In this place where the echoes of the past resonate with the laughter of today, the tapestry of life continues to unfold, an unending journey woven together by the heartbeats of those who call it home and those who come to seek its magic. And so, the story of Rome is far from over. It breathes, it lives, and it beckons all who dare to step into its embrace. The air crackled with the tension of impending conflict, a palpable energy that wrapped around the soldiers like an unseen cloak. Under the relentless sun, the Roman legions stood in formation, their armor glinting with the promise of glory and doom. Each soldier, a disciplined cog in a vast war machine, carried not just weapons but the weight of centuries of tradition, strategy, and an unshakable belief in the gods. As the battle drums began to echo across the plains, a sudden gust of wind swept through the ranks, and for a fleeting moment, the soldiers could almost hear whispers of their ancestors, urging them forward into the fray. Legionaries squared their shoulders, faces a mask of determination, but in the depths of their hearts lurked flickers of doubt and superstition. They were warriors forged in the crucible of war, yet the ancient beliefs that surrounded them were as real as the swords they wielded. What set these legions apart? It wasn't merely their iron discipline or superior training, though both were crucial. It was the intricate tapestry of strategy and superstition that wove through every decision made on the battlefield. Each cohort was not just a unit of men. They were also a living testament to the power of belief, a belief that could tilt the scales of fate. The augurs, with their ominous gaze into the entrails of sacrificed animals, held sway over the actions of generals, their interpretations swirling with the uncertainty of fate. In the midst of preparation, a young centurion named Marcus stood at the head of his men, feeling the weight of his own expectations. He was not just leading them into battle, but also carrying the legacy of Rome itself. His heart raced, and for a moment, he contemplated the legends he had heard as a boy, stories of legions who had faltered, not through lack of skill, but because omens had turned against them. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. What if the gods had deemed them unworthy today? The horn sounded, and the men moved like a single organism, their training evident in the synchronized clash of shields and the rhythmic stomping of boots on the earth. Each step they took was steeped in history. Each shield raised a nod to the legacies of Scipio and Caesar, who had fought with not only their might but their cunning. Tactics were deeply ingrained in their psyche. The formation of the testudo, the way they could advance under a wall of shields, was a hallmark of their discipline. Yet as the enemy emerged from the haze of dust, their battle cries filling the air with dread, Marcus felt a knot of fear tighten in his stomach. The sight of the opposing warriors, painted and fierce, sent a wave of uncertainty through his ranks. He remembered the stories of the lost legions, swallowed whole by the mists of time, their annihilation attributed to misread signs and neglected sacrifices. He could almost hear the echoes of the ghosts of those men, warning him of their fate if he faltered now. But Marcus was not just a soldier, he was a leader. He drew on the strength of his training, the years of rigorous drills that had hardened his spirit. The strategy was simple yet profound. They would hold the line, push forward, and regroup if necessary. In the chaos of clashing metal and the shouts of men, strategy became a living thing, adapting to the chaos around them. The first wave of enemy soldiers crashed against them, and the impact reverberated through the ranks, a brutal reminder of the stakes at hand. As steel rang against steel, the battlefield transformed into a chaotic dance of life and death. With every swing of his sword, Marcus felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. The chants of his men rose above the noise, invoking the gods of war. Were they truly favored by Mars, or was this all just the folly of human belief? The answer lingered like the dust in the air, uncertain yet tangible. In moments of respite amidst the carnage, the legions often turned to their rituals. Some clutched charms of protection, small tokens meant to ward off the fates. Others glanced nervously at the eagles, the sacred symbols of Rome, hoping to catch a glimpse of the divine favor. The myth of the legions was as much about their physical prowess as it was about the faith that fueled their resolve. They were more than mere warriors. They embodied the hopes and fears of a vast empire, and the very thought of that legacy spurred them onward even in their darkest hours. As the clashes continued, the tide of battle ebbed and flowed like a relentless tide. The legions pressed on, even as doubt crept into their minds. What if they were destined for failure? The thought was a shadow that danced at the edges of their bravery, but they pressed forward, fueled by the stories of their forefathers, of victories won against all odds, of glory snatched from the jaws of defeat. Yet, in the back of Marcus's mind, the whispers persisted. The augurs had warned of disfavor, of signs twisted in the winds. He fought to silence them, not just for his sake but for the men under his command, every one of whom carried their own fears, their own hopes. It was a battle not just against flesh and blood, but against the demons of doubt that lurked in the minds of warriors. With each clash, every breath drawn on that fateful day, the legions of Rome stood as a testament to the complex interplay of strategy, skill, and an unyielding belief in the omens that surrounded them. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the outcome hung in the balance. The result of the fight was uncertain, the myth of the legions dancing precariously between triumph and ruin, a reflection of the very essence of the human spirit. And as the clash continued, the echoes of history surged forward, intertwining with the present, weaving a tale that would stretch far beyond the limits of that fateful day. Each strike, each cry of valor, pulled them deeper into the narrative of their own making, a story that would resonate through time, leaving an indelible mark on the pages of history yet to be written. The battle was far from over. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the Roman Forum, where the whispers of gods and heroes danced in the evening air. It was a time when the scent of olive oil and fresh bread mingled with tales of ancient legends. As the vibrant marketplace buzzed with life, a group of children gathered around an elderly storyteller, their eyes wide with anticipation. They leaned in, eager to hear of gods who shaped the world, of mortal triumphs and tragic falls. Little did they know, the stories spun from the threads of Greek mythology would weave their way deep into the fabric of Roman culture, leaving echoes that would resonate through centuries. In a humble home, tucked away from the bustling streets, a father named Marcus sat with his son, Lucius. The boy's innocent questions about the gods were like peaceful ripples upon a still lake, and Marcus, smiling wistfully, began to share the rich tapestry of divine tales. "Did you know, my son," he remarked, "that Jupiter, our king of gods, is but a shadow of Zeus, the great god of the Greeks? They are brothers in spirit, each reigning over the storms yet cloaked in different names." Lucius listened, wide-eyed, captivated, his imagination painting vivid pictures of thunderbolts and celestial battles. Roman culture, like the flowing Tiber, was shaped by the currents of Greek tradition. They borrowed not just names, Jupiter for Zeus, Venus for Aphrodite, but the very essence of their mythology. This was no mere copying. It was an adaptation, a melding of stories and symbols. The Romans embraced the drama and passion of Greek myths, transforming them into reflections of their own society. They found inspiration in the tales of love and loss, bravery and betrayal. These stories resonated deeply within their hearts. As the sun set, casting long shadows over the Forum, the momentum of these ancient stories grew palpable. A bust of Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, stood proudly among the ruins. Romans believed she guided their decisions in the Senate, her wisdom echoing in the marble walls. Senators, with furrowed brows, would invoke her name before deliberating weighty matters, hoping to catch a glimmer of divine insight. The power of myth breathed life into their decisions, reminding them that the gods were watching, judging, always present. In the amphitheater, the roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, as gladiators prepared to face their fate. The thrill of the games was heightened by the belief that the gods favored the worthy. Before a fight, warriors would pray to Mars, the god of war, hoping for strength and glory. Just as Achilles had been the ultimate warrior in Greek tales, so too did the Romans seek their own heroic figures. The blood-stained sands of the arena became sacred ground, a testament to the intertwining of myth and reality. And then there was the artistry, the poetry that flowed as freely as the wine poured at lavish feasts. Poets like Virgil and Ovid drew heavily from Greek myth, their verses ablaze with emotion, capturing the struggles of mortals and immortals alike. Lucius, now a young man, yearned to inscribe his own tales, desperate to leave his mark on a world steeped in myth. He often wandered the streets, listening to whispers of the past, feeling the pulse of history beneath his feet. What if I could summon the muses? He pondered. What if my words could echo through the ages? The very thought lit a fire in his soul. But not all was reverence. There was fear and caution too. Romans respected the gods, but they also understood the fickle nature of fate. They watched in trepidation as stories unfolded around them, how Icarus soared too close to the sun, or how Narcissus fell victim to his own reflection. These tales served as warnings, urging them to tread lightly, to respect the gods and the balance of life. Every triumph came with a price, and every pleasure was tinged with the shadow of hubris. The temples, towering monuments adorned with intricate sculptures, were a testament to the gods' influence. Each stone whispered stories of devotion, prayers etched into marble. Priests and priestesses, clad in flowing robes, performed rituals that echoed the ancient Greek rites, sacrifices to appease the deities, dances that celebrated the cycles of nature. The air was thick with incense, and the fragrant offerings brought tears to the eyes of the faithful. They believed that with every prayer, they could draw closer to the divine, coaxing favor from the pantheon above. And still, the influence of Greek myth seeped into daily life. Festivals like Saturnalia transformed the streets into vibrant celebrations, where roles were reversed and laughter filled the air. This spirit of revelry echoed the Greek Dionysia, honoring Bacchus, the god of wine and festivity. The Romans, in their indulgence, reveled in the freedom these tales inspired, forgetting for a moment the weight of their responsibilities. The light faded, and as night fell, the flickering torches illuminated the darkened alleys. Lucius wandered beneath the starlit sky, contemplating the weight of his heritage. The stories of gods and mortals pulsed through his veins. The more he learned, the more he felt the delicate thread that connected the past to the present. The myths shaped his identity, guiding his choices and dreams. He longed for a voice that could echo through time, just as those ancient tales had. Yet, uncertainty loomed. What if the world forgot the gods? What if the stories faded into nothingness, lost among the dust of ages? The thought gripped him in a vice of anxiety, but deep within he felt a flicker of hope. As long as there were hearts that beat with passion, and minds that sought truth, the tales would live on. And from the shadows of history, the echoes of Zeus and Jupiter, of Athena and Minerva, would forever intertwine, shaping the destiny of those who dared to dream. And thus, the night wrapped its arms around the ancient city, a cloak of mystery and wonder, as the stories continued to flow, blending past and present, like the rivers that ran through the land. A colossal statue looms over the city, its stone visage etched with the weight of history. It watches as millions of lives pass beneath its shadow, whispering tales of power and ambition. These monuments, their grand facades rising against the sky, speak a language of their own, a language that transcends centuries and cultures. Each brick, each arch, each spire hides layers of meaning, secrets waiting to be unearthed beneath the surface of their magnificent exteriors. In ancient Rome, emperors built monumental structures like the Colosseum, an amphitheater designed not merely for entertainment, but as a grand display of imperial power. The roar of the crowd, the clash of swords, and the blood of gladiators became part of a spectacle that reinforced the might of the emperor. The stone walls echoed with the cries of the vanquished, a chilling reminder of the cost of power. Yet, in that arena of death, the people found a sense of unity, their cheers rising like the very stones that surrounded them, binding them to the glory of their civilization. Across the ocean, in the heart of Mesoamerica, the pyramids of the Mayans stand resolute, their steps worn by the passage of time but still commanding respect. These structures were not just tombs for the dead but monuments to the living gods. Sacrifices made at their summits were acts of devotion, a desperate plea for favor from the heavens. The blood of the sacrificial lambs flowed like rivers, and the heavy scent of incense wafted as prayers reached the sky. The monuments were alive with energy, a fusion of faith and power that resonated through the ages. Look up at the majestic Taj Mahal, a symbol of love and loss, its white marble shimmering like a dream. Yet beneath its beauty lies a tale of sorrow, a story woven from threads of longing and obsession. Shah Jahan, the emperor who commissioned this grand tomb for his beloved wife, never envisioned that its creation would become his prison. As he gazed from his cell at the monument that encapsulated his grief, the irony choked him. A powerful ruler, reduced to a shadow, haunted by the very thing he built. As the sun sets, the shadows of the Eiffel Tower stretch across Paris, a beacon of modernity and rebellion. Yet, this wrought iron wonder, once ridiculed by the elite, became a symbol of French resilience and ingenuity. Gustave Eiffel faced fierce criticism, but his vision stood tall against the naysayers and became a monument not only to engineering but to the indomitable spirit of a nation. Each beam of that tower tells a story of struggle, of a people who dared to dream bigger than themselves. The myths surrounding these monuments rarely capture the fears and aspirations of those who built them. The Great Wall of China, an architect's dream, was born from the nightmare of invasion. With every stone laid, the laborers toiled under the watchful eyes of their masters, their backs breaking not just from physical labor but from the weight of an empire's paranoia. This wall, stretching endlessly across the rugged landscape, is a testament to the lengths a civilization will go to safeguard its identity and existence. In the vast deserts of Egypt, the pyramids of Giza rise majestically, their secrets hidden beneath the sands of time. These tombs for the pharaohs were not merely structures. They were gateways to eternity, built to ensure the ruler's journey into the afterlife. The laborers, who toiled day and night, were not just hired hands but believers, convinced their work would elevate them to a higher purpose. Yet, beneath the grandeur lies a stark truth. How many died in the pursuit of immortality? The pyramids are silent witnesses to human sacrifice, a reminder that every triumph often comes at a staggering cost. The Parthenon, perched atop the Acropolis, stands as a symbol of democracy and artistic achievement. Yet, within its hallowed halls, the whispers of dissent echo. The Athenian democracy that celebrated freedom was built on the backs of slaves and women, whose voices were silenced despite the grandeur of their surroundings. The temple's marble pillars, gleaming in the sun, hold stories of inequality and the complex interplay of power, beauty, and oppression. The Lincoln Memorial, a beacon of hope and a reminder of struggles, casts a long shadow over the landscape of America. Carved from white Georgia marble, it enshrines the memory of a president who fought to unite a fractured nation. Yet, its presence also reflects the ongoing battle for equality. It is a gathering place for voices demanding justice, a testament that monuments can inspire both reverence and resistance. The echoes of Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream resonate here, a reminder that the fight for civil rights is a story still being written, with each step taken on the steps of this powerful symbol. As twilight descends, the monuments come alive with stories waiting to be told. They stand as unwavering witnesses to the triumphs and tragedies of humanity, their stones infused with echoes of laughter, tears, and dreams. The architecture of power is not just in the structures themselves, but in the myriad of lives touched by their existence. Every crack, every weathered surface, embodies the hopes and fears of those who came before, urging the present to remember and reflect. Across the globe, these stories intertwine, drawing a tapestry of strength and vulnerability that transcends time. The myths surrounding monuments are often just the tip of the iceberg, hinting at deeper, more complex narratives. They are not mere objects but reflections of humanity's relentless pursuit of meaning, identity, and belonging. As the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, the shadows of these structures shift, hinting at the next chapter of history waiting to unfold. The architecture of power whispers secrets only the brave dare to uncover, beckoning those who possess the courage to challenge the narratives set in stone. The monuments, with all their glory and flaws, stand ready to reveal the profound truth hidden behind their facades, a truth that binds the past to the present and propels humanity into an uncertain yet hopeful future. The cold winds howled across the vast expanse that made up the Roman frontier, a world where the echoes of battle clashed with whispers of untold myths. Soldiers stood vigilant atop the walls, their hearts pounding like war drums as they squinted into the fog that hung over the horizon. Beyond those stone fortifications lay a land marked by uncertainty, a realm where the civilized world brushed against the savage, where the empires might face the specter of barbarian threats. In the flickering torchlight of the watchtower, Marcus, a seasoned centurion, gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white against the leather grip. He had heard the stories, tales spun around crackling fires, stories of fierce tribes, their warriors painted with the blood of their enemies, charging like thunder down from the north. As a boy, he had listened with wide eyes, feeling the thrill and terror of those ancient legends coursing through his veins. Were these threats real, or merely the fabrications of frightened minds eager to find a villain in the shadows? The myths of the barbarian threats fed a potent mix of fear and fascination. The Romans, proud of their accomplishments, painted their enemies not just as foes but as symbols of chaos, a stark contrast to the ordered civilization they held dear. The very word barbarian struck a chord of anxiety, conjuring images of wild men who spoke in guttural tongues, wielding crude weapons and living by the law of the jungle. But as Marcus stood on the precipice of civilization, he couldn't help but wonder, were these tribes truly as savage as the tales suggested? There were whispers of a bold tribe to the north, the Vandals. They were said to be fierce riders with an unquenchable thirst for conquest. Their name alone made the bravest of men shiver. Yet Marcus remembered the stories of another tribe, the Gauls, who had once defied Roman might and nearly shattered the empire. Fear had gripped the heart of Rome then, leading to the slaughter of countless innocents. Yet, time had revealed the Gauls as more than mere beasts. They had their own culture, their own heroes, and their own form of civilization. As dusk settled, the distant sound of drums echoed through the forest, a haunting rhythm that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. It sent chills down Marcus's spine. Was it a warning, a call to arms, or simply a trick of the night? The men around him shifted uneasily, casting nervous glances towards the darkened trees, their imaginations racing. Legends spoke of ghostly apparitions in those woods, spirits of fallen warriors still seeking vengeance. In a moment of stillness, Marcus's mind drifted to the idea of what civilization truly meant. Was it merely the mastery of stone and steel, the construction of roads and aqueducts? Or did civilization encompass the spirit of the people, their beliefs, and their way of life? The Romans prided themselves on their achievements, but wasn't there a beauty in the rawness of those who lived in harmony with nature? The thought ignited a flicker of rebellion in his heart. Suddenly, the calm night shattered as a piercing war cry erupted from the trees. Shadows broke through the underbrush, figures darting towards the fort like wraiths. The line between civilization and barbarism blurred in that moment, the air thick with the electric tension of impending conflict. Marcus's muscles tightened, his instincts honed by years of training kicking in. The myths were alive, breathing, and charging toward him. Clashing metal rang out as the Romans and the intruders collided. The soldiers fought valiantly, yet there was a fire in the eyes of the attackers, an intensity that spoke of desperation and fury. For them, this was not just a raid. It was a struggle for survival, a fight to reclaim their land. As the chaos unfolded, Marcus caught sight of a fierce warrior among the attackers, her long hair flowing like a banner in the wind. She fought with a grace that mesmerized him even amidst the violence, her blade slicing through the night like a comet. In that moment, the myths began to unravel. Here was a woman, formidable and brave, not just a mere barbarian but a symbol of a world that had been misrepresented for too long. She fought not for darkness but for her home, her people. The line between right and wrong, civilized and barbarian, blurred even further, and Marcus felt his heart race, caught in a tempest of emotion and conflict. As the battle raged, shouts of pain and cries of glory filled the air, and it became impossible to hold onto the old narratives. The battlefield was a tapestry, woven with threads of humanity, each side fueled by their own stories, their pain, and their dreams. The drums echoed in the distance, but now they spoke not of fear but of a deeper understanding, a resonance between those who lived on either side of the frontier. In the chaos, time felt suspended, each moment stretching into eternity. As Marcus fought on, he glimpsed something profound in the eyes of his adversary. The same determination, the same longing for peace and security that burned within him. Here was a reminder that civilization was not just about bricks and mortar, but about the connections that tied us all together, regardless of the labels we wore. And yet, just as the tide of battle seemed to shift, as both sides grew weary and hesitant, an unexpected roar erupted from the distant hills. More warriors, thousands of them, descended like a storm upon the battlefield. They were the very embodiment of the myths that haunted the Roman imagination, each step shaking the earth beneath them. Now, as the echoes of battle turned into a chorus of uncertainty, Marcus knew the frontier was not merely a line drawn on a map. It was a living, breathing entity, a testament to the clash of cultures and narratives. The myths of barbarian threats and the ideals of civilization were not just stories. They were the very fabric of existence, intertwining in complex patterns that neither side could fully comprehend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, the lines of combatants stood frozen in time, each individual caught in the midst of their own story. The weight of history pressed down upon them, anchoring them to a moment that would define not just their lives but the very fate of the world around them. The tension hung thick in the air, and for a fleeting heartbeat, all that mattered was this nexus of humanity. This crucible where the myth of barbarian threats met the reality of civilization, and each soul wrestled with the question: what does it truly mean to belong? The bustling marketplace of Rome thrummed with life, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of countless cultures. Merchants shouted, their voices rising above the clatter of hooves and the creaking of carts, each hawking their wares with fervor. Exotic spices wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of fresh bread and cured meats. The market was more than a place of trade. It was a crossroads where humanity met in the dance of commerce, each encounter igniting a spark of cultural exchange that would ripple through time. A Roman citizen, clad in a simple tunic, leaned against a marble column, watching the spectacle unfold. He felt a swell of pride, knowing his city was a beacon of wealth and opportunity. Yet, beneath that surface of affluence lay a world of complex realities, a world where riches were marred by the shadows of exploitation and inequality. The allure of Roman trade was intoxicating, yet the truths behind it were often overlooked. As ships sailed across the Mediterranean, their hulls laden with goods from distant lands, they brought back tales as captivating as the wares themselves. Silks from the east hinted at the opulence of far-off empires, while precious spices from India were said to hold the power to heal. But the stories were not just of wealth. They whispered of the lives entwined with each transaction. Each piece of silk, each gleaming spice, carried with it the weight of labor and struggle, echoing the lives of those who had toiled to bring them to market. In Alexandria, the great hub of knowledge and trade, scholars and traders mingled amidst scrolls and goods. Here, one could find the fabled Library of Alexandria, a testament to human achievement and ambition. Scholars gathered to discuss philosophy, science, and the marvels of the known world. But even here, the shimmering facade of enlightenment was tinged with the bitterness of slavery. The laborers who carried these treasures often bore the scars of oppression. The reality of Roman trade was a tapestry rich in color yet frayed at the edges, where wealth and culture intertwined with the threads of human suffering. Meanwhile, along the banks of the Tiber, the pulse of Roman life quickened. The patricians reveled in their riches, hosting lavish banquets filled with delicacies from across the empire. Flamingo tongues and stuffed dormice graced their tables, while the finest wines flowed freely. But as laughter echoed through their marble halls, the echoes of the marketplace grew faint, replaced by the muffled cries of those who labored to sustain such extravagance. The stark contrast between the opulence of the elite and the grueling existence of the laborers painted a vivid picture of a society that thrived on inequality. The Roman road system, an engineering marvel, stretched like veins across the empire, facilitating not only trade but movement of people, ideas, and cultures. Traders traveled these roads, carrying with them stories from distant lands. A merchant from Gaul might share tales of Celtic warriors and their fierce traditions, while a merchant from Africa brought news of new agricultural practices that could transform farming in Italy. These exchanges ignited a flame of curiosity among Romans, expanding their worldview and igniting a thirst for knowledge. Yet, behind the scenes, the ramifications of such exchanges were complex, often fostering tensions between cultures and leading to the erosion of local identities. Amidst the exchange, the allure of luxury goods captivated the Roman elite, who sought to display their status through their possessions. Fine glassware from Syria, intricate jewelry from the East, each item a testament to the skills of artisans and the wealth of the empire. But this obsession with luxury often came at a cost. The demand for these goods fueled a cycle of exploitation, as craftsmen labored under harsh conditions to meet the insatiable desires of the wealthy. The glimmering treasures sparkled with the promise of wealth but bore witness to the human toil that made them possible. In the distant corners of the empire, local communities grappled with the weight of Roman trade. The arrival of new goods shifted traditional practices, challenging age-old customs and ways of life. The vibrant colors of spices and silks began to intertwine with local fabrics, creating a fusion that was both beautiful and unsettling. While some embraced the change, others resisted, feeling the encroachment of a powerful force that threatened their identities. The clash of cultures became a symphony of tension, each note resonating with the struggles of those caught in the flow of trade. As dusk fell, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of traders who had gathered to share stories over a simple meal. The warmth of camaraderie enveloped them, yet the shadows of their realities lingered. They spoke of voyages fraught with danger, of storms that threatened to shatter their ships and dreams. The sea was both a provider and a taker, a reminder of the precariousness of their existence. Each tale spun a web of connection, binding them together in a shared understanding of the risks that came with their endeavors. The glint in their eyes spoke of hope, but that hope was laced with the knowledge that trade was as treacherous as it was rewarding. The moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over the marketplace. As the night deepened, the laughter and stories flowed like the wine that accompanied them. The rhythm of life continued, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, even as it danced precariously on the edge of despair. The very act of trade, while a conduit for wealth, became an intricate dance of survival, weaving together the fates of countless souls across the empire. The marketplace echoed with the promise of fortune and the sobering truth of sacrifice, each moment a fleeting glimpse into the myth and reality of Roman trade, where wealth and cultural exchange intertwined in the most profound ways. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of ancient Rome. A young boy, no older than 10, clutched his father's hand tightly as they maneuvered through the throngs of citizens. The air was thick with the aromas of bread baking in nearby shops and the distant sound of merchants shouting their wares. But amid the vibrant chaos, the weight of loyalty and the intricate bonds of family loomed larger than any market stall. In this world, the Roman family, familia, was more than just kinship. It was a fortress of loyalty, a web of connections that dictated the very fabric of society. The boy's heart raced, not just from the thrill of the marketplace, but from a deep-rooted understanding that his place in this vast empire was entwined with the loyalty he felt toward his father. Each step they took echoed the unspoken promises of protection, respect, and, yes, power that came with being part of a family. Patricians and plebeians, senators and soldiers, each individual was a thread in the tapestry of Roman life. The boy watched as a patrician with a flowing toga passed by, flanked by his own children, their expressions a mixture of pride and entitlement. "They are the rulers," whispered his father, sensing the awe in the boy's eyes. "They hold the power, but it is the family that maintains it." The boy felt a chill run down his spine, a mixture of envy and respect. Would he ever rise to such heights? Would loyalty bind him to greatness, or would it chain him to obscurity? As night began to fall, a flicker of torchlight illuminated a courtyard where a family gathered around a simple meal. Laughter erupted as the mother recounted a story from her youth, her words weaving warmth that enveloped her children. Here, within these walls, loyalty was an invisible force, a bond stronger than iron. Each child understood their role. They were the future, destined to uphold the family name. The boy, still clutching his father's hand, felt a surge of hope and fear, wondering if he too would be worthy of that loyalty when his time came. Yet not all families basked in such harmony. The boy heard whispers of betrayal echoing through the streets. Families torn apart by ambition, brothers turning against brothers, and daughters sold into marriages for political gain. In the shadows, the boy sensed the darker side of familial loyalty. As he listened to tales of blood feuds and revenge, he understood that the loyalty which should bind a family could also be a weapon that tore them apart. The air crackled with tension, a reminder that loyalty was a double-edged sword. A shiver coursed through him when he heard about the infamous Gracchi brothers, whose thirst for reform shattered the delicate balance of loyalty within their own family. Their ambitions had ignited a firestorm, one that burned through alliances and shattered the very foundations of familial ties. The boy's heart raced. Could he ever be caught in such a web of political intrigue and betrayal? The thought sent a tingle of fear through him, igniting a primal instinct to cling even tighter to his father's hand. As darkness settled, the boy and his father encountered a lone soldier, a veteran of countless battles, scarred and weary. The soldier recounted tales of loyalty forged in the heat of conflict. "You fight for your family," he said, voice hoarse and filled with memories. "You fight for the man beside you, knowing he would give his life for yours." The boy could see the fire in the soldier's eyes, a flicker of unbreakable bonds that transcended blood. This was loyalty in its most raw and exhilarating form, an unspoken pact between men who had fought and bled together, their lives intertwined like a chain that could never be broken. Yet, as the soldier spoke, the boy felt a pang of doubt. What if loyalty demanded too high a price? What if one day he would be called upon to choose between his family and his own convictions? It was a heavy burden, one that weighed on the shoulders of many. The boy watched his father's face. He too bore the marks of such choices. The tension hung thick in the air, tugging at the fibers of their connection, weaving a complex tapestry of love and obligation. As the night deepened, the boy's thoughts turned to the powerful matriarchs who held sway within the family. Women like Cornelia, mother of the Gracchi, who had fiercely nurtured her sons to challenge the status quo. In a society that often silenced them, these women wielded loyalty as a tool, shaping destinies and steering their families toward greatness. The boy marveled at the strength of such women, wondering if he would ever embrace a loyalty so fierce, so unyielding. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Raised voices, heated arguments. The boy's heart raced. Was it a family dispute, a clash of loyalty? His father, sensing his unease, pulled him closer. "Remember," he whispered, "loyalty is not just about love. It is also about sacrifice." The boy's mind whirled. What sacrifices lay ahead, awaiting him? And then, in that instant, he realized that the very fabric of loyalty was being tested every day in every household. With each passing moment, the boy understood his place within this intricate web of relationships, knowing that the choices made within the family circle would echo through the generations. As the night wore on, the boy, still captivated by the stories swirling around him, found himself contemplating the myths of loyalty that defined the Roman family. He felt the weight of history resting upon his small shoulders, the stories of those who came before him lighting a fire in his chest. Each tale was a thread, weaving a story far larger than himself, a story that would continue to unfold long after he was gone. In that moment, the boy understood that loyalty was not just an expectation. It was a legacy. And though the shadows of betrayal loomed large, the light of familial bonds shone brighter still, a beacon guiding him through the uncertainty of life. As he looked into the faces of his family, he felt an unshakable resolve blossom within him. No matter the trials to come, he would navigate the complexities of loyalty with fierce determination. And as dawn broke over the horizon, a new chapter awaited. A chapter that would test these bonds forged in loyalty and challenge the very essence of what it meant to be a family in the ever-changing landscape of Rome. In a bustling market square, a woman stands in the shadows, her hands stained with the colors of spices and fabric, her eyes reflecting the stories of countless generations. A child tugs at her skirt, pulling her back to the present, yet her thoughts drift to the women before her. Mothers, daughters, sisters, each tethered to a narrative spun from the threads of expectation and silence. Throughout history, women have been painted in broad strokes of myth, their identities fashioned by the hands of men who decided what femininity should look like. Fire-breathing warriors and nurturing mothers, each stereotype clashing against the other, created a tapestry of confusion that left many women trapped between the roles they were expected to play and the lives they yearned to live. In ancient Greece, a society that prized intellect and valor, women were relegated to the background, their voices muffled by the thunderous applause for their male counterparts. Yet, behind closed doors, they whispered secrets of strength, crafting potions and remedies, their knowledge of herbs and healing passed down like precious heirlooms. There was a quiet rebellion in the way they nurtured life, a flicker of power that glimmered in their eyes whenever they tended to a sick child or shared wisdom with their friends. As the years rolled on, the echoes of these women resonated through history, their stories often lost but never forgotten. The Middle Ages brought with it a shroud of darkness for many, yet it was also a time when the myth of femininity morphed into something more complex. The image of the demure maiden became a paradox, a woman whose purity was both revered and feared. Women who dared to step outside this box faced the terrifying specter of persecution. Labeled as witches or seductresses, their lives extinguished before they could even flicker. Fast forward to the Victorian era, where corsets tightened around women's waists, restricting not just their bodies but their very souls. The ideal of the angel in the house emerged, a myth that celebrated self-sacrifice and submission, all while painting a rosy picture of domesticity. Yet, in the shadows of this painted ideal, women seethed with unrest. They penned letters and poetry, their words filled with longing and frustration, their spirits unyielding in the face of oppression. In the Roaring Twenties, a new breed of woman began to emerge, cutting their hair short and donning flapper dresses that danced with abandon. They were a rebellious chorus singing a new song of freedom, yet the undercurrents of the old myths still lingered. The specter of traditional femininity hovered like a ghost, whispering fears of judgment and shame. Yet these women, with their laughter and their defiance, ignited a spark in the hearts of others, challenging the very fabric of societal norms. Yet the battle was far from over. The suffragette movement marched forward, women brandishing their banners with fierce resolve, demanding a voice in a world that sought to silence them. The irony was palpable. The myth of femininity had twisted itself into a web where their very existence felt like an act of rebellion. They fought not only for the right to vote but for the right to define themselves, to cast off the shackles of expectation and to embrace their multifaceted identities. And still, as decades slipped by, the myths morphed yet again. The ideal woman of the 1950s was a smiling housewife, her worth tied to her ability to cook and care for her family. Yet behind every pristine kitchen, women were grappling with their diminishing autonomy. Television portrayed them as compliant and cheerful, but in whispered conversations, they spoke of dreams unfulfilled, ambitions simmering just beneath the surface. With each passing decade, the narrative shifted but never fully broke free from the chains of the past. The feminist movements of the 60s and 70s challenged the status quo, igniting a fiery passion in women from all walks of life. They marched, they protested, they spoke out against the myths that had bound them for centuries. Yet, even as progress was made, the ghosts of past expectations lingered, taunting them with the question, what does it truly mean to be a woman in a patriarchal society? The late 20th century ushered in a wave of women who were determined to rewrite their stories. They found strength in one another, creating spaces where vulnerability was celebrated and where femininity was no longer a single narrative but a rich tapestry of experiences. Yet, as they gathered, a familiar chill crept in. The fear of judgment still lurked in the corners, whispering that they could never quite escape the myths that had been woven around them. Shifts continued into the 21st century, where social media acted as both a platform and a battleground. Women began sharing their stories, their struggles, and their triumphs, creating waves of solidarity that rippled across the globe. They called out the stereotypes, dismantling the myths that had long dictated their lives. Still, the shadows of expectation loomed large. In boardrooms, classrooms, and living rooms, the tension between the myths of femininity and the reality of women's lives continued to simmer. The weight of ancestral stories pressed on their shoulders, a reminder of the struggles fought for their freedoms. Women now stood on the shoulders of giants, yet the path remained fraught with challenges. As the sun sets on another day, the woman in the market square looks out at the horizon, her heart beating with the rhythm of her ancestors. She feels the weight of their stories in her bones, the triumphs and the sacrifices echoing in her mind. Each woman who has walked this earth has left a mark, a thread that continues to weave through the fabric of time. And as night falls, the myths of femininity are both challenged and embraced, the stories waiting to be told still bubbling beneath the surface, ready to break free. The tales of resilience, strength, and defiance are far from over, lingering just out of reach, like whispers carried on the wind, promising that the next chapter is yet to come. The streets of ancient Rome pulsed with life, the echoes of vendors shouting their wares mixing with the laughter of children playing in the dirt. Yet behind the laughter lay a shadow, a whisper of fear that wrapped around the hearts of the people, thick and suffocating. Justice, the very term that promised fairness and order, morphed into a weapon of the powerful. It was a tool meticulously crafted to keep the masses in line, to remind them of their place in a society that thrived on hierarchy and control. At the center of this grand illusion stood the concept of Roman law, seemingly noble in its intentions, yet insidiously twisted into a mechanism of manipulation. Men like Cicero and Justinian, revered for their eloquence, penned laws that echoed through the marble halls of power. Yet, as their words flowed from their quills, so too did a chilling realization settle over the common folk. Justice was far from blind. It had eyes, and they were watching. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, a figure named Lucius shuffled through the throngs of citizens. His heart pounded in his chest. Just yesterday, he had witnessed a friend dragged away by soldiers under the guise of justice, accused of crimes he hadn't committed. Lucius remembered the fear in his friend's eyes, the desperation as he pleaded for fairness, for a voice in a system that had long since silenced the pleas of the ordinary. In the minds of the ruling class, the law was a delicate tapestry, woven with threads of power and fear. Senators debated fiercely, their words ringing loud and clear. Yet for the plebeians, those discussions felt like distant thunder, promising storms they were never allowed to weather. The laws shaped their lives but never protected them. They were merely the backdrop in a play directed by those with wealth and influence. Every decree, every statute was carefully designed to maintain the status quo, to ensure that the rich stayed rich and the poor remained subservient. In a dimly lit room, a group of patricians gathered, their faces illuminated only by flickering oil lamps. They discussed the latest edicts, their laughter mingling with the smoke swirling from their pipes. Justice must serve the state, one declared, his voice dripping with conviction. It is not for the rabble, but for us, the architects of order. Without it, chaos reigns. They nodded in agreement, satisfied in their duty to preserve the societal structure that favored them. But outside those walls, the cries of the oppressed grew louder. They festered like an open wound, raw and painful, threatening to spill over. Women whispered tales of injustice, men grumbled in the taverns, and children watched with wide, fearful eyes as their parents debated the merits of a system that seemed designed to crush rather than uplift. The law was not their ally. It was a sword hanging overhead, ready to descend at the slightest hint of insubordination. In this world of despair, an unlikely figure emerged, a young woman named Aurelia. She had witnessed her father, a humble baker, dragged away for protesting a tax increase imposed by the Senate. Her heart burned with a fierce desire for change. With every step she took into the crowded streets, she was fueled by a determination that ignited her very soul. She began to gather others, speaking in hushed tones, sharing the stories of those who had suffered at the hands of a law that was supposed to protect them. But as her influence grew, so did the scrutiny. The patricians sensed a disturbance, a ripple in their controlled waters. An anonymous letter surfaced, urging the Senate to silence Aurelia before she could rally more voices against them. The fear that gripped Lucius now clenched around Aurelia as she stood in the forum, addressing a small crowd. "We deserve justice that serves us, not just those at the top," she declared, her voice rising, sending shivers of hope through the hearts of her listeners. Yet, the thrill of rebellion was also laced with danger. The Senate, feeling the strain of unrest, began to tighten its grip. Law became a shadow. It morphed into something sinister. Accusations could be made with mere whispers, trials were held without witnesses, and sentences were delivered with a swiftness that left no time for defense. The once noble pursuit of justice revealed its teeth, sharp and merciless, ready to devour anyone daring to challenge the throne. Lucius and Aurelia found themselves standing on opposite sides of an invisible line, yet both were drawn into the same storm. Lucius, fearful for his life and the lives of his loved ones, struggled with the weight of inaction. Aurelia, emboldened by her vision but aware of the danger lurking behind every corner, felt the pressure of being a beacon of hope in a world intent on extinguishing it. As whispers turned to roars, the tension in Rome thickened. The people began to gather in numbers, a collective force driven by a singular purpose: to reclaim justice, to unearth the truth of a law that had betrayed them time and again. The streets filled with voices, each cry a note in a symphony of resistance that echoed against the stone walls of the Senate. But the ruling class was not idle. They fortified their positions, leveraging the very laws they had twisted to maintain dominance. Raids were conducted, dissenters silenced, and a chilling message sent to all who dared to rise. Justice was theirs alone to wield. In the midst of this burgeoning conflict, Lucius learned of a meeting planned by Aurelia, a gathering that would either ignite the flames of change or extinguish the fragile hope that had begun to take root. His heart raced as he weighed his options. To join her could mean risking everything. To remain silent was to accept a life shackled by fear and oppression. And so, as darkness fell upon the city, the fate of Rome hung in the balance, a precarious dance between justice and control, hope and despair. Each choice weighed heavily, every moment pregnant with the potential for both destruction and liberation. The streets, once vibrant with life, now pulsed with the tension of a society on the brink, as the shadows of power loomed ever larger. The myth of Roman law, once a promise of order, now threatened to reveal its darkest truths, and the people stood ready to confront the storm. In a bustling square of ancient Rome, the air hummed with anticipation, voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. Citizens gathered, eyes gleaming with curiosity, eager to hear the latest tales spun by poets who wielded words like weapons. Among them stood Virgil, the revered bard, his presence magnetic. He held a scroll, the ink still glistening, and as he began to speak, the crowd hushed. Each syllable dripped with the weight of a nation's hopes and dreams, a powerful tapestry woven from the threads of cultural identity. Virgil's epic, the Aeneid, was more than just a story. It was a masterful construction of Roman ideals, a bridge to the past, linking the storied history of Troy with the burgeoning aspirations of Rome. His verses sang of duty and destiny, of a people forged in the fires of struggle and triumph. As the sun dipped low, casting an amber glow on the faces of his audience, the emotions in the air were palpable. They were not merely hearing tales. They were inhaling the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. Hope fluttered in their chests, igniting ambitions and shaping loyalties. Then, as Virgil's voice faded into the evening, another figure stepped into the light. Ovid, with his playful charm and sharp wit, beckoned the crowd closer. His metamorphoses danced around themes of love and transformation, blending myth and moral with a genius that both delighted and provoked. Yet, behind the clever verses lay a restless spirit, one that questioned the very fabric of the society that adored him. Ovid's tales were a mirror reflecting the complexities of human emotion, a reminder of the fragility of identity in a world that shifted beneath their feet. But Rome, in all its glory, was not as invincible as it appeared. Tensions simmered under the surface, political intrigues woven into the very fabric of daily life. Virgil's grand narratives served a purpose. They unified the citizens under a banner of shared destiny, creating an emotional tapestry that transcended the individual. His stories were not just propaganda. They were lifelines, reminding a people of their divine mission. Yet, as Ovid's more personal tales unfolded, they sparked whispers of dissent, challenging the status quo and urging reflection among those who listened. The crowd felt the tension in the air, a delightful frisson that electrified their spirits. The poets' contrasting styles revealed a deeper struggle within Roman identity itself. Where Virgil sought to elevate and inspire, Ovid questioned and sometimes mocked the very foundations of their beliefs. The tug-of-war between these two literary giants unfolded before their eyes, leaving them breathless with anticipation. What would be the ultimate consequence of their words? Would the collective heart of Rome remain steadfast, or would it fracture under the weight of newfound ideas? As the night deepened, a chill crept through the square. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, creating a theater of dreams and fears. The audience, still captivated, felt the echoes of Virgil's epics resonate within their souls, thoughts racing through their minds. The stories of noble heroes and divine intervention painted vivid images, but Ovid's playful yet poignant retorts stirred emotions they had long buried. They began to question their own identities, their desires, their place in this mighty empire. A sudden hush fell as a figure emerged from the darkness, a soldier returning from the front lines, his armor dulled by battle. The crowd parted for him, eyes wide with a mix of reverence and fear. He spoke of conflict, of glory, but also of loss. His tales intertwined with the verses of Virgil and Ovid, forming a complex narrative that both justified the war and mourned its cost. The emotional weight of his words bore down on the crowd, igniting a fierce loyalty to Rome while simultaneously sowing seeds of doubt. Was this the path they were meant to tread? In the days that followed, Virgil and Ovid continued to shape the air around them. Virgil's voice, a grounding force, urged them to embrace their heritage, to find pride in their ancestry. He painted a picture of a city destined for greatness, a beacon of civilization. Ovid's words, on the other hand, invited laughter, reflection, and even rebellion. More than just entertainment, his poetry provoked thought, reminding the audience that their identities were not static but fluid, capable of change. As the seasons turned, the Romans found themselves at a crossroads. The poetry of Virgil became a rallying cry, weaving the threads of their cultural identity into a unified whole, while Ovid's silken verses sparked a silent revolution, whispering that it was okay to question, to evolve. The balance between the two forces created a vibrant cultural tapestry, each voice enriching the other, creating a lively dialogue that resonated through the streets. Yet, as the sun set once more over the eternal city, a shadow loomed on the horizon. The tension between the poets and the political powers ignited. Ovid, whose words had once filled hearts with wonder, now drew the ire of those in authority. His playful mockery danced dangerously close to insurrection, threatening the very ideals that Virgil fought to uphold. The specter of censorship grew, casting a pall over the literary world, a chilling reminder that even in the land of freedom, voices could be silenced. A fire had ignited among the people, stoked by the potent mix of Virgil's uplifting tales and Ovid's daring challenges. The emotional stakes soared, leaving echoes of hope and rebellion entwined in the hearts of the citizens. And amidst this maelstrom of passion and uncertainty stood the two poets, each a reflection of the complex identity of Rome. They were heroes in their own right, shaping the narrative of their time while facing the inevitable consequences of their words. As the night deepened, the tension lingered, a palpable energy binding the crowd together. The legacy of Virgil and Ovid continued to evolve, twisting and turning like the plots of their own tales. The people stood on the precipice of change, their emotions swirling like a tempest, beckoning them to confront a world that was both beautiful and fraught with peril. All around them, the power of literature coursed through their veins, a reminder that words could uplift or tear down, could unite or divide. In that moment, as the stars shimmered above, the lines between poetry and life blurred, leaving them hanging on the edge of something monumental. The roar of the crowd echoed through the Grand Colosseum, a thunderous wave of excitement that swept across the stands as spectators leaned forward, breathless with anticipation. Sunlight glinted off polished armor, illuminating the fierce determination in the eyes of gladiators preparing to clash. Each warrior, a symbol of strength and honor, understood the weight of their role, not just as fighters but as embodiments of Roman ideals. Victory in the arena was not merely a personal triumph. It was a celebration of the very values that defined Rome itself: courage, discipline, loyalty, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. The sand beneath their feet soaked up the stories of countless battles, each grain whispering tales of glory and sacrifice. As the trumpets sounded, a palpable tension filled the air, and the audience held its breath, caught in a moment where history and humanity converged. For the Romans, these competitions were not just spectacles. They were sacred rituals, a testament to their civilization's enduring spirit. Each contest, whether a gladiatorial fight, a chariot race, or an athletic competition, served a purpose far greater than entertainment. It was an arena in which the ideals of Rome could be showcased, scrutinized, and celebrated. In the stands, families gathered, their faces painted with the colors of their favored factions, their hearts beating in time with the pulse of the games below. The rich mingled with the poor, united in their shared reverence for the athletes and warriors who embodied their collective aspirations. It was here, in the thrumming heart of the Colosseum, that a young boy clutched his father's arm, wide-eyed and filled with wonder. "Do you think I could be one of them someday?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper over the roaring crowd. His father smiled, a mixture of pride and nostalgia, a reminder of dreams once held tight. "You can be anything you want, my son. Just remember, it takes more than strength. It takes honor and courage." As the contests unfolded, the ethos of Rome was laid bare. Gladiators, often drawn from the shadows of life, transformed into heroes in the eyes of the people. Each clash of swords was a dance that told a story of survival, execution, and the will to rise against adversity. Their scars weren't just marks of battle. They were badges of honor, proof of their unwavering spirit. The crowd gasped at the brutality of the combat, but with each fallen warrior, their screams turned to roars of approval for those who stood victorious. It was a twisted form of admiration, acknowledging not just the strength of the body but the fortitude of the spirit. Chariot races, too, stirred the blood, as horses thundered around the track, hoofs pounding like a war drum. The drivers, clad in vibrant colors, leaned low and maneuvered their chariots with the skill of seasoned warriors. The tension was electric, the outcome uncertain until the very last moment. In those frantic seconds, the essence of Roman life surged forth, a reflection of the society's own relentless drive toward success, dominance, and the celebration of human potential. The thrill of competition ignited a fire within the spectators, a reminder that life itself was a race, fraught with challenges and moments of glory. But beyond the physical competitions lay a deeper connection to the Roman identity. The games were steeped in tradition, rituals that harkened back to the very foundation of the Republic. They were held in honor of the gods, a fusion of spirituality and earthly ambition, where mortals sought divine favor through their courage and skill. Victories were celebrated with lavish feasts and public adoration, reinforcing the idea that personal triumphs benefited not just the individual, but the entire state. Rome was not merely a place. It was an idea, and every athlete who rose in the arena was a testament to that idea. As dusk fell over the Colosseum, the glow of torches flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the faces of the audience. These moments of triumph and despair, joy and sorrow, weaved a tapestry that was distinctly Roman. The spirit of competition cultivated camaraderie and pride, bringing people together in a shared experience that transcended social status. It inspired a sense of belonging, where victories were savored and losses mourned collectively. Each event became a thread in the larger fabric of Roman society, binding the populace in a shared narrative of resilience and hope. Yet, lurking beneath the surface of this vibrant spectacle was an undercurrent of tension. The games, while noble in their ideals, also reflected the darker aspects of human nature: greed, ambition, and the lust for power. The leaders of Rome understood this duality. They utilized the games to distract and entertain the masses, a means of controlling the people's fervor while demonstrating their own strength and authority. The arena was a canvas painted with both glory and violence, a reminder that in Rome, the line between honor and brutality was often blurred. As the final contests unfolded, a hush fell over the crowd, hearts pounding in unison. All eyes turned toward a young gladiator, his eyes filled with determination, a fierce embodiment of youth and ambition. He was an underdog, the crowd's favorite, battling against a seasoned champion. The tension reached a crescendo as each fighter exchanged blows, their fates intertwined in a dance of fate. With every swing of the sword, the audience gasped and cheered, their emotions cascading like waves. The young gladiator's struggle was not just for his life but for the spirit of Rome itself, a testament to the ideals that had brought them together. In those fleeting moments, the essence of Roman life pulsated through the arena, a reminder that within this cruel dance of competition lay the very heart of their civilization. The ideals of courage, honor, and resilience echoed in every corner, intertwining with the cheers and gasps of the crowd, forever etching this night into the annals of history. A celebration, a reckoning, and a promise that their story was far from over. In a dimly lit workshop, a craftsman hunches over a wooden table, his hands stained with sweat and sawdust. Around him, the faint scent of iron and coal hangs in the air, mingling with the whispers of a world that once believed progress was purely the product of human ingenuity. Each tool he grips, each bolt he tightens, tells a story woven into the fabric of empires that rose and fell, and the unshakable myth that technology alone could guarantee supremacy. The Age of Enlightenment was a gilded time, where the clanking of gears and the thrum of steam engines heralded a new era. Britain, with its sprawling empire, basked in the glow of what it perceived as its technological superiority. The Industrial Revolution was more than a mere evolution of machines. It was a bold declaration of dominance. But beneath the surface of steam and iron, there lay an unsettling truth. The belief that technological progress translates directly to cultural superiority was a dangerous fallacy, one that would echo in the corridors of history, reverberating through time like the clang of a blacksmith's hammer. As the sun set on the British Empire, the sound of ship hulls scraping against docks filled the air. The mighty vessels, powered by the latest advancements, were symbols of conquest, yet they were also vessels of vulnerability. The great Victorian engineers, revered as demigods, had crafted wonders, but their creations were often built on the backs of those who were silenced in the name of progress. The reality was that the real strength of an empire lay not in its machines, but in its people, their cultures, their histories, their resilience. The story of technological superiority is incomplete without the chilling account of the Luddites, who stood against the machines that threatened their very existence. In the early 19th century, as factories churned out products at an unprecedented pace, skilled artisans watched helplessly as their livelihoods crumbled. They became the ghosts of a rapidly changing world, haunting the dusty corners of workshops and the hearts of workers. The night air crackled with tension as they smashed the very machines that symbolized an industrial promise gone wrong, their actions a desperate plea for a world that recognized humanity over machinery. Across the ocean, the American frontier thrummed with its own rhythm, a blend of innovation and indigenous wisdom. The myth of technological superiority was not just an ocean away. It danced among the Native American tribes who had thrived for centuries. Their knowledge of the land, their sustainable practices, and their interconnectedness with nature stood in stark contrast to the relentless push of expansionism. As settlers moved westward, they viewed the indigenous peoples through a lens distorted by their own beliefs of superiority. Yet, in the shadows of their burning forests and turned earth, the true genius of harmony with nature was being lost to an insatiable desire for progress. In the smoke of battle, the technological arms race intensified. The cannons of the Napoleonic Wars bellowed, echoing across the plains of Europe, while engineers raced to design the next great weapon. Each new invention promised to turn the tide, to secure victory. Yet, with each advance, the cost of humanity grew heavier. The bloodied fields of Waterloo and the crumbling ruins of cities told tales of despair, as men and machines entwined in a deadly dance. It was a cruel irony that while empires celebrated their mechanical marvels, they became increasingly disconnected from the very essence of life they sought to dominate. History, it seemed, was written not only in victories but in the lingering shadows of the past. The myth of technological superiority swelled during the age of imperialism, as nations sought to impose their will upon others. The construction of railways and telegraphs was hailed as a triumph of human ingenuity, yet these advancements often served to entrench colonial power. The stories of the colonized, their traditions and their voices, were drowned out by the roar of locomotives. The narrative of progress was a one-sided tale, lacking the richness and depth that could only come from a shared understanding of human experience. As the century turned, the world stood on the precipice of modernity. The advent of the telephone sparked imaginations. The first messages sent across wires were heralded as a leap into the future. Yet, the underlying currents of inequality surged. Not everyone had access to these wonders. The industrial machine churned on, favoring the few while neglecting the many. The cries of the workers, the voices of the marginalized, echoed in the backdrop, a haunting reminder that progress often came at a high price, a price paid by those left behind. In the bustling city streets, the clash of progress and tradition played out daily. The old world, rich in culture and stories, faced a relentless tide of new ideas and inventions. Generations fought to preserve their heritage, even as they were swept along in the current of change. The beauty of human connection wove through these struggles, as people sought to find meaning amidst the noise of machinery. They gathered in markets, shared tales by firesides, and held onto the threads of their identities, refusing to let them be severed by the relentless march of technology. As night fell, the stars glimmered in the velvet sky, illuminating paths long forgotten. Somewhere, a distant drumbeat echoed, a heartbeat of hope and resistance. The realization settled in: true superiority lies not in the inventions that shape our world, but in the stories we carry, the connections we forge, and the wisdom we share across generations. History, with its intricate tapestry of triumphs and tragedies, was and always would be a human story, one where the whispers of the past beckoned to be heard, urging the present to remember what truly mattered. And so, as the engines of progress roared on, shadows flickered in the corners of workshops and hearts alike. The myths of technological superiority began to unravel, revealing the deeper truths that lay hidden beneath. The tapestry of human experience, rich and complex, awaited the next chapter to be written, one where the echoes of the past would continue to guide the future. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air was thick with the scent of spices and the distant sounds of merchants calling out their wares. But beneath this vibrant surface lay a complex web of commerce and resource management that many did not fully comprehend. As citizens marveled at the grandeur of the Colosseum and indulged in lavish banquets, the reality of their economic landscape was often shrouded in myths of endless abundance. The grandeur of the Roman Empire painted a picture of prosperity. Families dined on exotic foods, sipped on rich wines, and adorned themselves in fine fabrics. Yet, just beyond the opulent villas and gleaming forums, a different story unfolded. The vast network of trade routes, stretching from the dusty roads of Africa to the bustling ports of the Mediterranean, was both a lifeline and a burden. It was a delicate balance, one that teetered on the edge of scarcity and abundance. A market day unfolded with chaotic beauty. Vendors hustled, showcasing their goods. Fresh fruits, grains, and the much-coveted olive oil drizzled over everything like liquid gold. But not all goods were readily available. Some stood as symbols of power and wealth, drawing envy and desire. As the sun cast long shadows over the cobbled streets, the whispers of the common folk revealed a different truth. Grain shortages loomed, and the specter of famine hovered ominously on the horizon. In the shadows of the Forum, a young baker named Marcus faced a grim reality. His family's bakery, once thriving, was now struggling to find enough flour. Prices soared, and each loaf became a precious treasure. With every rising cost, the laughter of children outside his door faded into silence. The myth of abundance had unraveled, exposing the vulnerability of those who relied on the very systems that once nourished them. The weight of uncertainty pressed heavily on his heart, and each day he prayed for a miracle. Meanwhile, the wealthy elite seemed untouched by the desperation that gripped the lower classes. Senators, draped in fine togas, discussed grand strategies over lavish feasts, oblivious to the struggles outside their marble palaces. They spoke of grain distribution as if it were merely a pawn in their political games, unaware of how their decisions rippled through the lives of ordinary citizens. The disparity was jarring, a stark reminder of the fragile balance that existed between the haves and the have-nots. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the city, the tension in the air thickened. The streets buzzed with the murmurs of discontent. People gathered, sharing stories of hardship and struggle. They spoke in hushed tones about the rising prices and dwindling supplies, about how the once available bounty seemed like a distant memory. A collective unease settled over the crowd, sparking a fire of unrest that simmered just beneath the surface. In a dimly lit tavern, a group of weary laborers shared a meager meal, their faces lined with worry. They exchanged stories of droughts that had devastated crops and the rising toll of taxes that squeezed their already meager incomes. "Do they not see us?" one man asked, his voice trembling with frustration. "Are we but shadows to them?" The others nodded, their eyes reflecting a mix of anger and despair. The tales of the rich and powerful seemed to exist in a different realm, one where the fears and struggles of the common people faded like echoes in the wind. But despite the hardships, there were flickers of resilience. In the heart of the city, a group of women banded together, sharing resources, pooling their meager earnings to support one another. They baked bread and shared it with those who had none, their solidarity a defiance against the growing despair. In their laughter and camaraderie, they found strength, proving that even in the face of adversity, community could become a powerful force. As the seasons shifted, Rome's economy oscillated between hope and despair. The city's leaders attempted to quell the unrest with promises of reforms and grain distributions, but the deeper issues remained unaddressed. The myths of abundance continued to fade, and the harsh truths of resource management loomed large. The delicate balance of supply and demand was a precarious dance, one that threatened to unravel the very fabric of society. And then, the city was rocked by a scandal that would shake the foundations of its economy. A shipment of grain meant for the starving populace mysteriously vanished, stolen under the cover of night. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the veil of trust among citizens and leaders alike. Rumors spread like wildfire, igniting anger and fear. The people, once hopeful for change, now felt betrayed, as if the very gods had turned their backs on them. In the midst of the chaos, Marcus found himself standing before a crowd, his voice rising above the din. "We must hold them accountable," he shouted, his heart pounding in his chest. The people rallied behind him, their collective voices rising in a chorus of demand for justice. The weight of their shared struggles forged an unbreakable bond, a powerful force that could no longer be ignored. As the tension in the air reached a breaking point, the myths of abundance began to crumble, revealing the stark reality of a society built on fragile foundations. The echoes of their voices resonated like thunder, a warning to those in power that the time for change had come. What would the future hold for Rome? Would the rich heed the cries of the poor, or would they remain locked in their gilded cages, blinded by their privilege? The answer loomed like a storm on the horizon, ready to break. The flicker of torchlight danced across the stone walls of the grand hall, casting shadows that whispered age-old secrets. Here, in the echoing silence of a European castle, a tapestry hung, depicting the mighty Romulus and Remus suckling at the she-wolf's teats. A moment frozen in time that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. It was not merely a story of two brothers or the founding of a city. It was a testament to the power of myth, a legacy that would stretch its fingers through centuries, gripping the hearts and minds of those who followed. In the dim light of the Renaissance, artists and scholars drew heavily from the well of Roman myths. They sought inspiration in tales of gods and heroes, weaving narratives that stirred the emotions of a populace eager for connection. Each brushstroke, each word written, echoed with the weight of history, reminding people of a time when Jupiter reigned supreme and destiny hung on the balance of divine intervention. The stories of Aeneas, fleeing the flames of Troy to found a new home, resonated with those restless souls yearning for purpose in a world marked by upheaval. As the pages of history turned, the myth of Aeneas became a symbol of resilience and hope. In the throes of wars and plagues, his journey inspired leaders and poets alike. They spoke of courage in the face of adversity, of forging new paths when all seemed lost. The echoes of Roman legends breathed life into the ambition of nations, urging them to rise from the ashes just as Aeneas did. The result was a tumultuous interplay of myth and reality as rulers claimed divine ancestry, parading their lineage back to the great heroes of Rome, a bold assertion that intertwined their fates with the gods. In the medieval ages, the tales morphed again, steeped in the rich soil of chivalry and knightly valor. Arthurian legends emerged, entwined with the grandeur of Roman tales. Knights, much like Roman heroes, embarked on quests for glory and honor, their paths illuminated by the torch of ancient myths. The ideals of loyalty and bravery became a bridge that connected the past to the present, each sword clash echoing Roman legacies as they carved out their own places in history. The Round Table became a symbol of equality, a nod to the Roman Senate where power was discussed. Yet, knights still bowed to the whims of fate, just as the ancient Romans believed their destinies were shaped by the gods. With every retelling, the emotions of Roman myths seeped into the fabric of society. Heroes were not just figures of strength. They were reflections of humanity's struggles and triumphs. The tale of Hercules, with his 12 labors, struck a chord that resonated deeply with the human experience. Every obstacle he faced mirrored the trials of ordinary people. As the Renaissance flourished, his legendary feats became symbols of personal endurance, urging individuals to confront their own demons, to fight through their own labors, and ultimately to emerge victorious. The shadows of Roman myths cast their influence even into the tumultuous waves of the Reformation. As Europe stood on the brink of change, Martin Luther's defiance echoed the spirit of ancient rebels. The struggle against the established order, much like that of the Roman republicans against Caesar's might, inspired a new generation. The tales of Brutus and Cassius were not just ancient history. They became a rallying cry for those who sought to challenge the status quo, igniting passions that fueled fires of rebellion across the continent. In the courts of Europe, the glory of Rome was revived in art and literature, but it was also a playground for political maneuvering. The myth of Venus and Mars, the love story of beauty and war, became a metaphor for the tumultuous relationships between nations. Artists painted their unions as evidence of power and lust, and poets penned verses that spoke of desire and conflict, reminding everyone that love and war have always walked hand in hand through history. The tension was palpable, the emotions raw, as kingdoms played their own games of love and betrayal on the grand stage of history. The Age of Enlightenment brought a new layer of interpretation to Roman myths, as thinkers sought rationality amid the chaos of human existence. Yet, even in the Age of Reason, the allure of myths remained unbroken. Philosophers like Rousseau and Voltaire pondered the moral lessons hidden within these ancient tales, seeing them not just as stories, but as reflections of the human condition. The myth of Icarus, soaring too close to the sun, became a cautionary tale in a world grappling with the rapid advancements of knowledge and technology, a reminder that ambition unchecked might lead to ruin. As revolutions erupted and empires crumbled, the legacy of Roman myths held firm, providing a framework upon which the ideals of democracy and citizenship were built. In the tumult of the French Revolution, the image of the goddess Liberty emerged, a modern-day Venus holding aloft the torch of enlightenment. People rallied not only for freedom from tyranny but for the very essence of what it meant to be part of a civilization. a nod to Roman values that emphasize civic duty and public service. Romantic poets like Byron and Shelley breathed new life into old myths, using their verses to capture the passions and struggles of the human spirit. The allure of the tragic hero found its way into their works, showcasing the eternal dance between love and loss, glory and despair. The emotions poured forth, igniting imaginations and inspiring movements, as the legacy of Rome intertwined with the romantic ideals of the time. In the shadows of this rich historical tapestry, the specter of Roman myths continues to loom, weaving through the consciousness of modern Europe. They are found in the names of cities, in the statues that grace public squares, and in the very language spoken by millions. The echoes of tales once told by firelight still resonate in the hearts of those who seek to understand their roots, to find meaning in the stories of their ancestors. And as the sun sets on this chapter of history, the legacy of Roman myths pulses like a heartbeat, unyielding and alive. They serve as a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lingers, waiting to ignite the embers of our own stories. Stories still unfolding, waiting for their own moments of glory, love, and strife. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient temples where whispers of the divine echoed through stone halls. A flickering torch caught the eye of a priest as he knelt, surrounded by an array of idols, their painted faces alive with the stories of gods who governed every aspect of life. Here, in this sacred space, worshippers offered fruits and flowers, seeking favor from deities who wielded the powers of love, war, and agriculture. This was a world where the divine was palpable, where every ripple of the wind seemed to carry the voice of the gods. Polytheism, the belief in many gods, was the beating heart of early civilization. The Greeks would gather at the foot of Mount Olympus, sharing tales of Zeus hurling thunderbolts and Athena springing from his forehead, fully armored and wise. Each deity had its own domain. Hera watched over marriage, while Poseidon ruled the seas. The faithful found comfort in this tapestry of divine personalities, each adding color to their lives and landscapes. When the crops failed, they prayed to Demeter. When storms threatened, they sacrificed to Poseidon. The gods were not distant figures. They were woven into the very fabric of human existence. Yet, under the watchful eyes of countless gods and goddesses, there was a sense of chaos. The stories told were often filled with conflict, betrayals, and the struggles of immortals mirroring human frailty. The myths were lessons wrapped in entertainment, cautionary tales that warned of hubris and folly. A single misstep could anger a god, unleashing calamity on the unsuspecting. The Greeks and Romans crafted elaborate narratives that instilled values, reflected their cultures, and illuminated the human experience. But as the centuries turned, whispers of change began to resonate, a new voice emerging from the shadows of the old. As the Roman Empire expanded, it encountered unfamiliar beliefs, mysteries, rituals, and philosophies that challenged the status quo. The gods of Rome stood tall, yet a different faith flickered at the edges, promising a relationship with the divine that did not depend on rituals and offerings. It spoke of love, compassion, and redemption, concepts that stirred something deep within the hearts of the weary and downtrodden. This was the voice of emerging Christianity. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, a young man spoke of a kingdom not of this world. He preached love for one's enemies and healing for the broken. The miracles attributed to him, turning water into wine, feeding thousands with a few loaves and fish, captivated the masses. This new belief began to spread like wildfire, igniting hope in those who had been cast aside by society. It was a radical departure from the polytheistic traditions that had held sway for centuries. No longer were followers required to appease a pantheon of gods through sacrifices. Instead, they were invited into a personal relationship with a single, loving God. The Romans watched warily as this movement grew. They had long since embraced a multitude of deities, but now, whispers of monotheism threatened to unravel the divine hierarchy they had so painstakingly built. Under the oppressive rule of emperors, Christians faced persecution that turned the streets into battlegrounds of faith. Lions roared in arenas, hungry for the flesh of those who dared to proclaim their allegiance to Christ instead of the state. Yet, in the face of brutal oppression, the faith only grew stronger. Martyrs emerged, their stories so powerful that they inspired even the hearts of their captors. The light of their faith shone brightly against the oppressive darkness. As the Roman Empire crumbled under the weight of its own excesses, something remarkable happened. In 313 AD, Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, granting religious tolerance and paving the way for Christianity to blossom. The very institutions that had sought to extinguish this new faith now adopted it as the state religion. The transformation was staggering. The once disparate followers of Christ began weaving their beliefs into the fabric of society, establishing churches where temples had stood. The gods of the old world faded into the background while the story of one God took center stage. Christianity carried with it a rich tapestry of mythology that intertwined with its teachings. The stories of saints, angels, and the Virgin Mary became deeply embedded in the cultural landscape. They offered hope, guidance, and inspiration to the faithful. Miracles were attributed to saints, much like how the ancient gods were celebrated for their deeds. Churches rose to replace temples, adorned with breathtaking art that depicted scenes of Christ's life, echoing the grandeur of the pantheons that came before. But the transformation was not without its struggles. The clash between the old and the new led to fierce debates. Councils were convened to define doctrine, and the very essence of belief was scrutinized. Was it enough to believe in Christ alone, or did one also need to adhere to specific rites? The tension was palpable. The stakes were high. Each decision made ripples that would affect generations, and with the rise of Christianity came the fall of countless old traditions. Yet, even as the old gods faded, their stories did not vanish completely. They lingered in the shadows, morphing and merging into the fabric of this new belief. Tales of Hercules and his trials found new life in the stories of saints overcoming evil, while the allegories of the Greek myths echoed in the parables of the New Testament. The human experience remained the same: love, loss, struggle, and redemption. The old myths became the backdrop against which the new faith played out, influencing art, literature, and culture for centuries to come. As the sun set on the ancient world, the dawn of a new era began to emerge. The relentless march of time brought both challenges and triumphs, leading humanity deeper into the mysteries of faith and belief. The stories of polytheism were not forgotten. They were transformed, woven into the rich tapestry of Christianity, creating a legacy that would resonate through the ages. This was not merely a change in religion. It was the evolution of humanity's quest for meaning, a journey that would forever shape civilization. Even now, the echoes of that ancient struggle can be felt. Ghosts of the past linger in the stories we tell, the beliefs we hold, and the way we connect with the divine. The human spirit continues to search, to question, and to seek solace in the stories of gods and saviors alike. As the world spins on, the threads of these beliefs intertwine, reminding us that the stories of our ancestors still guide us today. And in that awareness, the eternal quest for understanding and connection pulses vibrantly, waiting to unveil the next chapter in the tapestry of faith. The streets of ancient Rome echoed with life, the vibrant pulse of a city that had once ruled the known world. But a shadow crept through the bustling marketplace, whispering tales of weakness and decline. It was a time when the very fabric of society began to fray, and the myths surrounding the fall of this colossal empire grew like wild vines, choking the truth beneath their weight. In the grand halls of the Senate, senators draped in fine togas debated fiercely, their voices rising and falling like the tides. They argued over the empire's destiny, blinded by ambition and personal gain. Outside, the common folk toiled under the heat of the sun, their faces etched with worry as they watched the weight of corruption settle over their beloved Rome. Each day, they saw their city crumble a little more, yet the stories of moral decay told by historians and gossipers alike spun a different narrative, one of excess and indulgence. There were tales of lavish feasts overflowing with food, where gluttony reigned and the rich feasted while the poor went hungry. The image of emperors reclining on golden couches, their hands stained with wine and the remnants of extravagant meals, became iconic. Yet, what of the soldiers who fought at the borders, their loyalty tested and their lives sacrificed. They were the unseen heroes, the ones who felt the empire's decline long before the stories reached the marble columns of history. They wore their scars like badges, but they were often forgotten in the tales of decadence and decline. The whispers of discontent turned into roars as the empire stretched its arms too wide. Tribes from the north began to stir, their eyes set on Rome. Visigoths, Vandals, and Ostrogoths. Names that sent chills down the spines of Roman citizens. They were more than just invaders. They were the embodiment of fear, the harbingers of change that would shatter the illusion of invincibility. And yet, as they marched toward the heart of the empire, many still clung to the notion that Rome could not fall. The very idea felt ludicrous, a myth worth telling around flickering fires on starlit nights. But tales of decadence were more than mere embellishments. They were reflections of a society on the brink. As the Senate squabbled over power, they ignored the cries of the people. The roads that once connected the empire began to crack and trade faltered. The grain supply diminished, and with it, hunger spread like wildfire. The myth of abundance was shattered, revealing a stark reality. The opulence of Rome had become a gilded cage, trapping its citizens in despair as the empire writhed under the weight of its own arrogance. In the shadows of the once majestic Colosseum, gladiators trained day and night, their bodies sculpted by the relentless demands of the arena. Their lives were consumed by the thrill of combat, yet they were mere pawns in a game controlled by those in power. The crowds roared for blood, but behind the cheers lay a growing despair, an awareness that the spectacle was a distraction from the crumbling empire outside the gates. The cheers faded as the reality of economic collapse seeped into the hearts of the spectators, transforming joy into an uneasy silence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Roman Forum, a different kind of story unfolded. The mystics and philosophers whispered of fate and fortune, urging the elite to heed the omens. They spoke of the decline of virtues, of a time when honor held more weight than gold. Yet their voices were drowned out by the clang of coins and the rustle of silks. The myths of decadence spiraled, painting a world where the debauchery of the few dictated the fate of the many. And then there was the tale of the last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, a boy caught in the swirling storm of history. He wore the crown, but it was a heavy burden, a symbol of an empire crumbling around him. His youth and naivete stood in stark contrast to the chaos erupting beyond the walls of his palace. As the whispers of his impending doom grew louder, he remained a mere puppet in a drama he could not control. The myths that surrounded him painted him as a tragic figure, yet he was more than that. He was the last flicker of a flame that had once burned so brightly. The barbarians approached, their presence a stark reminder that the empire's greatest strength had become its greatest weakness. The myths of excess blinded the leaders, allowing the outsiders to breach the gates, to pull apart the very threads that held Rome together. The clash of swords and the cries of battle filled the air, a cacophony of chaos that drowned out the elegant tales of decadence. The city had become a battleground, the myths turning to ashes on the wind. In the aftermath, even as the dust settled, the stories persisted. They morphed from cautionary tales into grand narratives that spoke of hedonism and tyranny, etching themselves into the fabric of history. Yet in those stories, the voices of the common people, the soldiers, the farmers, the laborers, remained silent. Their struggles were lost amid the glitz and glamour of the past, overshadowed by a narrative that sought to explain the collapse of an empire through the lens of excess. As the remnants of the once great civilization decayed, the myths of decadence took on a life of their own, weaving a tapestry threaded with both truth and fiction. Rome was not merely an empire that fell. It was a testament to the fragility of power, a poignant reminder that the seeds of destruction often lie hidden beneath layers of grandeur and pride. The stories would echo through time, forever haunting those who dared to believe that such a grand civilization could never truly fade. But as night fell over the ruins, beneath the starlit sky, the shadows of history whispered their secrets, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Dust kicked up as fierce warriors charged forward, their battle cries echoing like thunder. The air crackled with tension, hearts pounding with the ferocity of a storm. This was the moment when empires trembled, and the world felt on the brink of transformation. The barbarian invasions were not just a series of clashes. They were a seismic shift that would carve the future of Europe. Yet the truth behind these invasions is often shrouded in myth and misunderstanding. On one side stood the mighty Romans, clad in armor that gleamed in the fading light, their faces etched with confidence and fear. Each soldier knew the weight of the empire rested on their shoulders, the legacy of a civilization that had conquered vast lands, built magnificent cities, and created a culture that seemed unassailable. But across the horizon, the figure of a warrior could be seen, silhouetted against the fiery sunset. It was a barbarian, a member of the so-called uncivilized tribes, fierce and relentless. This was a moment of confrontation, but also of misunderstanding. The term barbarian itself stirred fear and disdain. It conjured images of wild, chaotic hordes, mindlessly crashing against the walls of Roman civilization. Yet the reality was far different. The so-called barbarians were not mindless savages but complex societies with rich cultures, languages, and traditions. The Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, each group had a story to tell, filled with heroism, hardship, and a longing for belonging. They were driven not just by a thirst for conquest but by desperation, seeking new homes as they faced their own struggles, whether due to climate changes or the pressure of larger empires encroaching on their lands. As the Roman legions met the barbarians in battle, emotions ran high, fear clashing with bravery. The Romans often viewed their enemies through a lens of superiority, believing themselves to be the pinnacle of civilization. Yet, the barbarians were anything but simple foes. With every clash of steel, the warriors shaped their destinies, resisting the narrative imposed upon them. They fought not just for land, but for their identities, for their families, for survival itself. The siege of Rome in 410 AD by the Visigoths under King Alaric was a pivotal moment. In that fateful year, the unthinkable happened. The great city, once considered impregnable, fell to the very people the Romans had scorned. As the gates burst open and the Visigoths poured into the city, a mix of fear and awe swept through the populace. The church bells rang, not in celebration, but in mourning for a world being turned upside down. Yet amidst the chaos, one could hear the whispers of the past, the dreams of a people who had long been sidelined now resonating through the streets of Rome. As fires blazed and buildings crumbled, the myths of the barbarian invasions began to take shape. Stories of wild looting and devastation spun out of control, painting the invaders as cruel marauders. But the truth was more complicated. Many barbarians sought refuge within the walls of Rome, integrating into the very fabric of the society they were said to destroy. They didn't just come to plunder. They came to reshape a world that had long overlooked them. The battle for the future was not solely about land but about narratives. The Romans, in their desperation to maintain control, crafted tales of barbaric atrocities, reinforcing their perceptions of superiority. Yet, the more they sought to demonize their foes, the more they revealed their own vulnerabilities. The walls of Rome, though imposing, could not shield the empire from the growing tides of change. Each sacked city contributed to a new understanding, a blending of cultures that would eventually lead to the foundation of modern Europe. In the shadow of the Roman Empire, the Germanic tribes began to rise, forging alliances and asserting their strength. Leaders like Arminius, who once fought for Rome, turned against it, igniting a spark of rebellion. The Romans could not fathom the betrayal from a warrior they deemed loyal, yet Arminius understood the heart of his people. Loyalty shifted. It was no longer a bond to a distant empire, but to kin and homeland. And as this new chapter unfolded, the emotions of both sides wove a tapestry of resilience and hope. Families were torn apart, communities uprooted, yet through the chaos, the seeds of a new identity were sown. A blend of Roman and barbarian cultures began to flourish, creating a legacy far richer than either side could have anticipated. The so-called barbarians, once seen as the enemy at the gates, became part of the very essence of what would emerge from the ashes of the old world. Beneath the surface of this conflict lay the struggles of individuals, parents clutching their children tight as they huddled in fear, warriors grappling with the weight of their choices, and leaders torn between ambition and responsibility. The heartbeats of countless souls intermingled in the chaos, each one a story of human experience that transcended simple labels of civilized and barbaric. And so, as the dust settled on the battlefield, the myths and realities of the barbarian invasions began to blur. The final echoes of the clashing swords faded, replaced by the soft whispers of change. What was once a clear line between conqueror and conquered now swirled in a rich tapestry of shared humanity. The end of the Roman Empire was not merely a tale of decline but an intricate saga of rebirth, marking the dawn of a new age. Each fighter, each fallen soul, contributed to a legacy that would resonate through the ages, forever altering the course of history. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. As the world exhaled in the aftermath of conflict, the stage was set for an even deeper transformation. The pulse of history thrummed strong, hinting at the stories yet to emerge from this crucible of change, beckoning the curious to lean in closer, to listen to the echoes of a time when civilizations collided and transformed. In the dim glow of flickering oil lamps, a world of tales was woven, where the grandeur of Rome danced with shadows, and the whispers of historians echoed through the ages. The air crackled with the tension of stories waiting to be told, as the ink flowed from quills like blood from a wounded beast. This was a time when words held power, a time when the past was not merely a series of events, but a living, breathing entity shaped by the very writers who chronicled it. The historians sat hunched over their scrolls, their brows furrowed in concentration. Each stroke of the quill was a heartbeat, infusing life into the myths that would transcend time. Livy, with his vivid descriptions, painted Rome as a city born of divine destiny. He filled the hearts of his readers with pride, crafting a narrative that made the very streets seem alive with the echoes of legendary heroes. His tales of Romulus and Remus, suckled by a she-wolf, ignited a sense of identity, carving the very essence of Rome into the souls of its people. Meanwhile, Tacitus, with his sharp, unyielding style, peeled back the layers of deceit that cloaked the imperial court. He was a truth-teller in a world of lies, his words like daggers piercing through the facade. His accounts of tyranny and corruption stirred the emotions of those who dared to read, igniting a fire of rebellion in the hearts of the oppressed. Each sentence was a cry against silence, urging men and women to reflect on the cost of power and the fragility of freedom. But it was not only the great figures of Rome who filled the pages of history. The commoners, the soldiers, the slaves, all had their stories woven into the grand tapestry of the empire. The historians listened, capturing the echoes of their lives with a sensitivity that turned mundane events into poignant tales. They wrote of the struggle of a soldier returning home, weary yet proud, his armor dulled by battle, but his spirit unbroken. These stories resonated with readers, transforming them into witnesses of history. As the words spilled forth, the myths began to take shape, each narrative intertwining with the next, creating a web of legend that held the city together. The Romans believed in their gods, and the historians were their priests, performing the sacred rite of storytelling. They crafted tales of divine intervention, where Jupiter's thunderbolts signaled the fates of nations, and where Mars inspired valor on the battlefield. Such stories wrapped around the hearts of the people, instilling a fierce loyalty to their city and its enduring legacy. With every scroll that was unfurled, emotions swelled, fear, hope, and longing danced together like shadows under the moonlight. The stories stirred a deep-seated pride in their listeners, sparking visions of conquest and glory. But amid the splendor lay an undercurrent of despair, as the historians did not shy away from depicting the darker chapters of Rome's evolution. They chronicled the rise and fall of emperors, their lust for power leading to betrayal and bloodshed. The sharp contrast between the triumphs of Rome and the tragedies of its people echoed through the ages like a haunting melody, stirring the souls of those who dared to listen. Yet, within this beautiful chaos lay the heart of Rome, its people. The historians understood that their narratives were not just about events. They were the lifeblood of a city. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of society, binding citizens to their history and to one another. They narrated the tales of everyday Romans too, the merchants who filled the bustling forums, the women who held families together, and the children who played in the dust of the streets. These voices, often overlooked, found space among the grand narratives, enriching the tapestry of Rome and making it resonate with authenticity. As the historians penned their accounts, they also faced the specter of censorship and danger. Writing could be a double-edged sword, capable of elevating a man to the heights of fame or plunging him into the depths of obscurity, or worse, persecution. The tension was palpable. The quill trembled with the weight of truth. Yet, they pressed on, driven by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and an unwavering commitment to their craft. Each word they wrote, each myth they shaped, was an act of defiance against the oppressive forces that sought to silence them. The legends took on a life of their own, morphing into something greater than the sum of their parts. They became the foundation upon which Rome stood, pillars of resilience that would withstand the test of time. The historians, with their pens as swords, fought to preserve the essence of what it meant to be Roman, a blend of glory and humility, strength and vulnerability. They knew that their work would echo through the ages, shaping the identity of generations yet to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the ancient city, the shadows grew longer, wrapping the historians in an embrace of twilight. They put down their quills, feeling the weight of their words settle into the very bones of Rome. Each scroll, carefully rolled and tied, was not merely a document. It was a treasure chest filled with the heartbeats of the past, waiting to be uncovered by future generations. Unbeknownst to them, their stories were seeds, planted in the fertile soil of time, destined to sprout into a legacy that would captivate the minds of those who followed. The myths of Rome, born from the struggles of its people and the insights of its historians, would continue to pulse with life, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. And as the stars filled the night sky, the whispers of the past began to weave seamlessly into the fabric of tomorrow, creating an unbreakable bond between history and the future, a continuum that would forever echo through the annals of time. The sun hung low over Florence, casting long shadows that danced playfully along the cobblestone streets. A brilliant artist stood before a blank canvas, his heart pounding with the weight of 1,000 stories yearning to be told. This was no ordinary moment. It was the dawning of a new world, a world where ancient whispers would rise from the ashes of time, alive and vibrant once more. The air was thick with excitement. Something monumental was stirring. In the wake of a dark age that had stifled creativity and knowledge, the Renaissance burst forth like a wildfire, igniting imaginations across Europe. It sparked a profound rediscovery of the classics, a time when Roman myths, long buried under dust and neglect, would find their voice again. The great tales of gods and mortals would breathe once more, filling hearts with wonder and stirring souls to reclaim their own destinies. As painters and sculptors resurrected figures like Venus and Mars, the allure of these ancient narratives captivated not just artists, but thinkers and writers, too. Petrarch, wandering through the ruins of Rome, felt the ghostly presence of Cicero and Virgil, their words echoing in his mind. He could see them, vibrant and spirited, their stories flickering like candles in the dark. It was this revival that gave rise to an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a longing to weave the threads of the past into the fabric of the present. But it wasn't just on the canvas where this rebirth took place. It erupted in the hearts of the people. A young woman named Alessandra often gazed at the statues lining the piazzas, longing for a time when love and heroism knew no bounds. She imagined herself as a Roman matron, offering prayers to Juno for protection as her husband ventured into battle. With each passing day, the tales of gods and heroes consumed her thoughts, igniting a fire within her that would not be easily extinguished. In the dim light of candlelit rooms, scholars gathered around wooden tables, their minds racing with ideas that danced like the flickering flames. They debated the significance of these myths, the lessons they held for a world so desperately in need of guidance. Copernicus would later look to the heavens, inspired by the myth of Phaeton, who dared to drive the chariot of the sun, an act that ended in chaos. For him, it became a symbol of ambition unchecked, a warning for those who would challenge the very laws of nature. The Renaissance was a time of fervor, and the stories of the Roman gods served as both mirror and window. Artists like Botticelli painted not merely to evoke beauty, but to express the deeper truths about humanity's joys and sorrows. In The Birth of Venus, one could almost hear the waves crashing against the shore, feel the breeze tousling the goddess's hair as she emerged from the sea. It was as if Botticelli had tapped into a divine source, channeling the very essence of love itself. As the rebirth of these myths spread like wildfire, it found its way into the arms of literature. Ovid's tales, once tucked away in dusty shelves, became the heart and soul of Renaissance poetry and drama. Shakespeare, with his genius for weaving tales of love, betrayal, and tragedy, drew inspiration from these ancient narratives. The tragedy of Pyramus and Thisbe echoed the timeless themes of love and loss, capturing the very essence of human emotion that resonated through the ages. Yet, this rebirth was not without its turmoil. The tension between the old and the new simmered beneath the surface. The Church, feeling threatened by the resurgence of pagan tales, sought to contain this growing fascination. The myths, once celebrated, were now dismissed as mere fables unworthy of serious consideration. But the hearts of the people beat louder than the voices of authority. They clung to these stories, not just for their entertainment, but for the lessons they imparted about love, sacrifice, and humanity's eternal struggle. Amidst this fervor, artists and scholars began to blend myth with reality, creating a tapestry of stories that felt both ancient and new. The Medici family, patrons of this cultural explosion, understood the power of symbolism. They commissioned works that intertwined Roman myths with their own ambitions, merging the past with their quest for power and prestige. In this dance of history and aspiration, one could sense the pulse of a city alive with possibility. As the centuries turned, the myths continued to resonate, evolving with the times, yet staying true to their roots. The Enlightenment emerged, and scholars like Voltaire and Rousseau began to reinterpret these ancient tales, infusing them with lessons that spoke to the challenges of their own era. The stories of gods and mortals transformed into allegories for human nature, showing the fragility of power, the folly of ambition, and the enduring strength of love. In the 19th century, artists like John William Waterhouse painted scenes of mythological splendor, allowing the stories to transcend time and space. He captured the haunting beauty of Ophelia, drowning in her sorrow, much like the tragic heroines of Greek and Roman lore. The emotions on canvas echoed the human condition's rawness, love, despair, hope, and reminded a new generation of the intoxicating power of these ancient myths. As the world marched into the 20th century, the shadows of the past loomed large, but the stories persisted. They captivated the hearts of filmmakers who sought to bring the gods to life on the silver screen. Each frame burst with the colors of ancient Rome, reminding audiences that these tales were not just relics of history, but living testaments to the complexities of the human experience. And then, in the quiet corners of libraries and the bustling streets of modern cities, the whispers of Roman myths continued to echo. The stories lingered in the air, waiting for someone to pick them up and infuse them with fresh meaning. Stories of betrayal and triumph, love and loss. They called out to the dreamers and the doers, reminding each person that they, too, were part of this timeless narrative. In this never-ending cycle of rebirth, the myths of Rome became a living tapestry, weaving through history and into the very fabric of contemporary life, leaving an indelible mark on the souls of those who dared to listen. And in the hearts of the people, the ancient fire still glowed, waiting for the next voice to rise, the next artist to capture the essence of a world where gods walked among mortals, and every story yearned to be told. In a dimly lit tavern, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and the sound of laughter, a crowd gathered around a flickering fire. They were spellbound as an old storyteller spun a tale. With each word, the ancient Roman Empire came to life. Its grandeur, its battles, its betrayals. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like ghosts of the past, and the audience leaned in, teetering on the edge of their seats. The Romans, they were told, were as much about brutal conquests as they were about beauty, culture, and a profound legacy that stretched far beyond their time. From the blood-soaked arenas where gladiators fought for glory to the marble-clad palaces that echoed with the whispers of political intrigue, the stories wove together a tapestry of emotions. It was a world where emperors ruled with iron fists, yet artists painted masterpieces that captured the essence of life and love. The myths that surrounded Rome, those of gods and heroes, of emperors who rose and fell, were alive, feeding the imagination of a new generation captivated by their power. Every corner of modern culture carries whispers of Rome. The myths and legends have infiltrated movies, books, and video games. On the silver screen, warriors draped in armor clash with swords, while the stories of honor and betrayal unfold with epic intensity. Each cinematic portrayal is a reflection, not just of history, but of humanity's eternal struggle against the sands of time. In these tales, the Roman Empire is reimagined, transformed into a backdrop where personal glory and tragic defeat intertwine, igniting a fire in the hearts of viewers. As the fires crackled, the storyteller spoke of a woman named Lucretia, whose beauty was matched only by her intellect. Her tragic fate became a catalyst for a revolution, echoing through the ages. In the modern world, her story found new life in books. Readers turned the pages, their hearts racing as they followed her journey, a tale of love, betrayal, and the fight for justice. It seemed that every character in contemporary fiction bore the weight of her legacy, a reminder that the battles fought in the past are mirrored in the struggles of today. The clinking of goblets interrupted the storyteller, but even the laughter and cheers could not drown out the deep yearning for connection. The presence of the Roman Empire, once a distant memory, now felt palpable. Its influence seeped into the very fabric of society, shaping modern politics and personal ambitions. The echoes of Caesar's ambition and Cleopatra's allure rippled through the ages, reminding the audience that power and love are timeless themes that leave a mark on every life. In the realm of video games, players became emperors and warriors, wielding swords and making fateful decisions that could alter their destinies. They crafted their tales amidst the ruins of ancient cities, digital landscapes that mirrored the grandeur of Rome. Each choice carried weight, each victory a reminder of the fleeting nature of glory. The thrill of battling armies, the rush of outsmarting rivals, all rekindled the spirit of Rome's greatest legends. A shared experience of conquest and tragedy united players across the world, echoing the camaraderie of ancient legions. TV shows depicted the ruthless intrigues of power, where characters grappled with betrayal and ambition. From the whispers of senators plotting in shadowed corners to the fierce loyalty of soldiers on the battlefield, the drama unfolded in vibrant colors. Viewers felt the tension rise with every episode, hearts pounding as they watched empires rise and fall, a reflection of their own lives, where choices can lead to triumph or ruin. As the tavern's fire flickered, the storyteller's voice rose in intensity. Tales of the Colosseum, where life and death hung in the balance, sent shivers through the crowd. The roar of the crowd became a haunting echo, reminding them of the barbaric thrill of entertainment that transcended time. In the age of social media, the same desire for spectacle manifested in viral videos and live streams, where the modern audience craved drama and excitement. It was a chilling reminder that the thirst for blood, glory, and fame had never truly faded. The tavern patrons, their eyes wide with wonder, felt an electric connection to this ancient world. The very walls seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of history, bridging the gap between past and present. From the elegance of Roman villas to the stark realities of the streets, the juxtaposition was striking. The myths of Rome found new life in art, inspiring countless creatives to breathe life into the stories of yesteryear, and every brush stroke or keystroke became a tribute to the empire that shaped the world. As tales of destruction and rebirth flowed, the storyteller paused, letting the weight of silence hang in the air like a thick fog. In that moment, the patrons felt the sorrow of lost legacies, the weight of dreams unfulfilled. They were reminded that in every myth, there lies a glimmer of truth, a truth that resonates through the ages. The Roman Empire was not just a chapter in a history book. It was a mirror reflecting humanity's struggles, desires, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. The tension in the tavern mounted, and the audience leaned closer, desperate for more. The stories were not just about the past. They were living, breathing entities that shaped the present and paved the way for the future. With each tale, the foundations of modern culture were laid bare, revealing the intricate web woven by the threads of history. Every laugh, every tear, every gasp became part of a shared experience that transcended time. In that moment, with hearts racing and minds swirling with inspiration, they realized the power of stories, of myths, of the Roman Empire reimagined. The tales of old were not merely relics of a bygone era. They were the lifeblood of creativity that continued to flow, relentless and unstoppable, into the future, waiting to be told anew. In a bustling city square, a young girl clutched her grandmother's hand, her wide eyes shimmering with wonder as she listened to the old woman recount tales of mighty gods and courageous heroes. The sun glinted off the stone statues that dotted the plaza, each one a tribute to ancient figures like Jupiter and Mars, their stories echoing through time like whispers of a forgotten past. These myths weren't just stories. They were the very fabric of society, stitched into the consciousness of humanity, and their relevance rippled through the ages, still touching lives today. As the girl listened, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The tale of Romulus and Remus, two brothers raised by a she-wolf, spoke of rivalry and ambition, the kind that sparked wars and built empires. How often had she felt the fierce pull of competition in her own school? The stories of the Roman gods, with their majestic powers and human-like flaws, mirrored the struggles and triumphs of everyday life. In the myths, love and betrayal danced hand in hand, just as they did in the lives of those around her. The conflicts between Venus and Mars, for instance, resonated deeply within the human heart. Love that ignites passion, yet brings chaos as well. Every thread of these narratives was woven into the tapestry of modern society. Street names, schools, and even brands carried the echoes of Roman mythology. A coffee shop named after Bacchus, the god of wine, drew in crowds seeking inspiration from the intoxicating stories of revelry. A local theater's latest production, titled The Tragedy of Aeneas, explored themes of duty and sacrifice that reflected the struggles of its audience, echoing the legendary journey of a man who left everything behind for a new home. It was as if the past was alive, whispering lessons and morals to those willing to listen. In the quiet of a library, an aspiring writer thumbed through dusty tomes, captivated by the tales that shaped civilizations. She felt the weight of history in her hands, a connection to the ancients who had paved the way for art, literature, and philosophy. The words of Virgil and Ovid spilled from the pages, crafting images of gods and mortals, heroes and villains. This was not mere fiction. It was a reflection of human nature, timeless and universal. As she pored over the stories, her heart raced with urgency. Could she capture that same magic in her own work? Across town, a group of college students gathered in a cozy dorm room, animatedly discussing the relevance of Roman myths in their lives. The room hummed with excitement as they debated the moral complexities found in these ancient narratives. One student, eyes aglow with passion, drew parallels between the vanity of Narcissus and the obsession with social media, a relentless chase for validation that often ends in isolation. Another shared the tale of Icarus, a cautionary warning about hubris that resonated with anyone who had ever dared to dream big. "We're still living these stories," he asserted, his voice rising with fervor. "They're not just relics of the past. They're maps for our future." Meanwhile, in a bustling office, a marketing executive unveiled a new campaign inspired by Jupiter, the king of gods. The imagery was bold, the message powerful, strength and authority, traits that drew people in like moths to a flame. It was remarkable how a figure from ancient Rome could influence modern branding, shaping perceptions and guiding decisions. The executive felt a thrill of excitement, knowing that the stories of the past could inspire innovation and creativity in the present. At a high school debate tournament, tension crackled in the air as students argued fiercely, channeling the spirit of Roman orators. The grandeur of Cicero's speeches echoed in their strategies, urging them to persuade and win. With each round, they tapped into the rich legacy of rhetoric that had flourished in ancient Rome, using it as their shield and sword in the battle of ideas. The stakes felt higher than grades. It was a dance of intellect, a tribute to a tradition that had endured through centuries. As night fell, the city transformed. Lanterns flickered, casting a warm glow over a gathering of friends who shared a common love for mythology. They spun tales under the stars, each person eager to contribute. Someone recounted the story of Pandora, a tale of curiosity and consequence, echoing the choices they faced in their own lives. Laughter erupted as they connected the dots between ancient and contemporary. It was a tapestry rich with threads of emotion, laughter, and even sorrow. They understood that these stories shaped their identities and molded their relationships, just as they had done for generations before them. Amidst the laughter, one voice emerged, more somber yet compelling. The speaker shared the story of the Trojan War, illustrating the devastating impact of pride and revenge. Soft gasps filled the air as everyone absorbed the profound implications of the tale, how actions taken in anger could lead to irreversible consequences. It was a reminder that, while they might feel separate from the ancient world, the echoes of those stories reverberated through their lives, offering wisdom and caution wrapped in the chilling heat of emotion. As the night deepened, the conversations shifted, moved by an invisible thread that connected them all. The trials of Hercules became tales of personal growth, inspiring them to face their own challenges with bravery. The struggles of Aeneas became a mirror reflecting their own journeys of self-discovery and resilience. Like the ancient Romans, they found strength in community, understanding that their stories were part of a larger narrative, one that transcended time and location. With the dawn of a new day, the sun peeked over the horizon, washing the city in golden light. The tales of old lingered in the minds of the people, tugging at their hearts as they ventured into their lives. The legacy of Roman myths was alive and well, not just as stories of the past, but as guiding stars illuminating the paths of those who dared to dream, challenge, and connect. Each person, carrying the torch of mythology, moved forward, their lives becoming extensions of a grander narrative, a living testament to the enduring power of tales that inspired courage, love, and the relentless pursuit of meaning.